Someone make it make sense.
I'll be a couple. What I enjoy most about our practice is restoring a person's smile. That often changes their personality and gives them a more positive outlook on life. Our practice uses the most modern dental technology, from rotary endodontics, computer-generated ceramic restorations, digital radiographs, intraoral photography, and of course, we use nitrous oxide and oral sedation for the highest level of patient comfort and relaxation.
This is real, guys.
My name is Dr. Charlie Adelson, and I am a periodontist, owner, and co-partner with my father, Dr. Harvey Adelson, who's a cosmetic dentist. What I love about what I do is being able to restore people's smiles and change the way they chew, change the way they live, and change their self-esteem and how they think about themselves on a daily basis. When a patient comes to my office, they're being treated like family, and it's also being a team approach where the hygienist, the cosmetic dentist.
Okay, guys, apparently, thank you for this. I was saying that a recovery addict got noticed to remove this. Okay. What I'll do, I mean, it's hilarious, right? I'll put a link for this in the video's description. Let me pull it down in case it derails everything here. And what I'll do is I'll put a link in the description with this video for the ad. That Frank says, no way, it's not copyrighted. One would think, and I don't even know if it's available on more than one channel. I just saw it, and I had seen it years ago, but I just saw it and went ahead and thought it would be fun to watch. The link is good. Okay, I'll put the link for anyone who hasn't seen it. I don't want to take any risks with it, like taking down the live stream or anything like that. Who is striking it? Everyone is in jail. Great point. I guess Harvey's still available. Also, welcome to anyone who's just now getting here. Happy Labor Day and happy long weekend for those of you guys who had a long weekend. The Adelsons are too busy for frivolous litigation. Yeah, they definitely put their fair share of frivolous litigation into the divorce, the blunt force trauma divorce binder, didn't they? Welcome, Kat Randall, member for 5 months. Love it, love it. So love seeing all y'all members in the chat as well. So anywho, I'll put a link in the video's description with that advertisement for anyone who hasn't seen it. What's funny though, even from just the bit that we saw, is Charlie is like awkward and stiff. Really funny, because that's not his demeanor at all. Like, he was way more relaxed seeming on the witness stand during his trial. What do y'all think? Oh, interesting. Recovery Addicts said he showed it a long time ago and had to zap it. Okay. Well, yeah, we don't want to take any chances. So I have no idea. You know, the way it works with YouTube too, right, is things don't necessarily have to be copyrighted. You just have to like claim it as your own. And then like, it's just weird. It's like way broader than the legal element of copyright and whatnot. You know, it's like you can make like a copyright claim, quote unquote, and it doesn't have to actually be copyrighted. It's like you can just claim it. It's just pretty dumb. Welcome on in, Joe Snowman. Let us know too if you want a custom command, my friend. Okay, so we'll put a link in the description for the ad. Dude, speaking of Wendi, right? There's been so much these past couple days in trial that came out about Wendi. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, one would think it's fair use. One would think it's fair use. Maybe if I pause it and talk more, right? Versus playing the whole thing. You know, could be good, could be good. Maybe we'll just play a little bit more of it since we pulled this on up, and maybe it'll be okay. Let's just see here. We'll pull this back and watch another couple of seconds of this.
And the
genuine advertisement
all working together to give them the optimal result.
So yeah, so actual Charlie Adelson, right? But like I was saying, he's like awkward and stiff seeming. I wonder if he's reading from like a teleprompter script
on a daily basis. When a patient comes to my office,
what can a patient expect? Well, can they expect to not be embroiled into a murder for hire scheme?
Treated like family. And it's also being a team approach where the hygienist, the cosmetic dentist, and the periodontist are all working.
A team approach, like the family's approach to murder, you say?
Together to give them the optimal result.
My name is Jennifer Catchill. I've been coming here for about 10 years.
Well, we don't really care about the testimonials, to be honest. We don't really care about that, especially because the less we watch of that, the less likely to get any type of copyright claim issue. Is that pretty much the end of it? Yeah. So these two, they have two people giving testimonials, and they kind of finish the video on out. So there you go. So there's the genuine ad there, as you see here. The Adelson Institute, no longer a thing. RIP to the Adelson Institute. So, okay, so here's where we were. So we're going to pick up today. We have day 3. We're going to try to get through days 3 and 4. All right. And I'm going to also be working on a timeline as well as we go through this testimony. We learned a lot of new things, guys. A lot of new things these last couple days in trial. I'm sure you guys are well aware, but tomorrow it is expected that Donna will take the stand. And that will more than likely be the entirety of the defense's case in chief. And, you know, depending on how long she's on the stand, what do we have looking forward to for Wednesday? Potentially closing arguments. I wouldn't expect them to have closing arguments on tomorrow because they should be taking time to work on jury instructions after Donna finishes on the stand, unless she's short. I would not expect it to be short testimony. I would expect her to be on the stand for almost the entire day. That's my thoughts. And then if there's any time left over, maybe working on jury instructions. And then potentially on Wednesday, he gives the jury instructions, closing arguments, and then the jury gets the case to go deliberate. Will the verdict come back quicker than with Charlie? Will it come back even quicker than with, say, Mr. Casotis, right? An hour and 17 minutes. We will see. So let me see what y'all are saying in the chat here. Welcome on in, Kitsmits, if I didn't say that already. Yes, Jeff is a great witness, definitely. And if you haven't, for y'all who haven't seen his proffer, Jeff's proffer we watched, it's in the playlist as well. By the way, the link to the Adelson playlist is always in the video description, and it always also pops up at the end of the video. So if for anyone who hasn't seen Jeff's proffer, we have that as well in the playlist. So Needs and Disease is recommending a video. Interesting. I've not heard of them, but they cover this case and the video is really great. They go into Wendi scheming. Awesome. Love it. Oh, Dr. Obed. I know, right? I'm sure that's what you're referencing via the, or in reference to the jailhouse informants, I'm guessing is what you're referencing there, Franks. Also, love the new picture. That's a cute bunny rabbit. Oh, interesting. Here, hold on. Let's double check that and see. Is that Junum Chinda? Let's see. We'll just take one quick look here.
What I enjoy most about our practice is restoring a person's smile. That often changes their personality and gives them a more positive outlook on life. Our practice uses the most modern dental
Are you thinking right there?
Technology, from rotary.
Oh, or you might be thinking right there. I don't think that's June. I don't think her skin is tan enough.
Endodontics.
Anywho, but I do see the what do they say? I do see the likeness, I do see the similarity. Yeah, Donna on the stand is going to be amazing. So okay, so we're going to continue on here with day 3 with on the record, and then Jeff will take the stand.
Started this morning. I just wanted to give some brief instruction to the gallery, as I have on previous days. Once again, please keep your phones off or keep them on silent as the trial is taking place. Do not shake your heads or make any gesturing as the witnesses are testifying, whether you agree or disagree with any of the testimony. If any of the testimony is going to be distressing or upsetting for you, please remove yourself from the courtroom. Also, if you step outside while the witness is testifying, you are to remain outside until there has been a change in witnesses. One other matter has been brought to my attention as well. If you are in any common areas with the jurors on this case, please do not discuss any matters that are pertaining to the case around the jurors, as they are not to discuss.
Okay, great. That's important. All right, we're gonna just they take another little break, and now we get to Jeff on the stand. Here he is.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready, sir.
All righty, here we go. By the way, I love George's outfit today.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse. Pardon me. Jeffrey Lacasse.
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been at FSU?
Since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
Okay. What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late
After Halloween,
February, early March,
timeline.
we were an exclusive.
I have to say, one thing that really came out more this trial that hadn't in the previous trials is really getting the nitty gritty of this timeline and the importance of Halloween. And a lot of that comes out actually this day in trial, and I think maybe some the next day too. But this is going to go on the timeline.
Couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would mark it around July 14th,
Okay,
2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
Right before, yes.
During the time that you were dating Wendi Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating. So that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markel?
I met him briefly a couple of times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids? Kind
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time, never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendi was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendi was telling me. And Wendi and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markel, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markel.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendi. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
Yeah, and whatever, Clever. I may have called it improper, but yeah, his interview, that's the one I was commenting on. It might have been before you got here, but we watched that. Let's see, probably around the beginning of this year, I think. And it is on the playlist. It is really, really interesting. What you really get a flavor of, if you will, during that interview is the amount of manipulation and the mind games and that Wendi had on him. And now he was just sort of starting to come out of this fog, and he literally describes it that way. So for anyone who hasn't seen it, definitely worth checking out.
If you know, did Wendi Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So it was supposed she really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that
Yeah,
right?
that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after it was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids, or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids, because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children.
Yes, I was aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendy talking about it.
That's funny,
And
Kat.
it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded, but definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure. And
I mean, how weird is that, though? Just right off the bat, right? That she's forwarding him the motions for their divorce litigation. So, by the way, in this timeline that I'm making here, guys, and we'll pull it up from time to time, I'm going to be including especially, well, I'll include dates that we've heard from previous trials, but especially there's a lot of new dates that we get, again, this day and going forward in testimony. But I'm also going to color code it, and I'm going to highlight everything into a different color when it's new details about Wendi. So we will take a look at that as we go along.
as I was sent.
Welcome,
more
Happy
materials.
Annie.
Okay, were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
All right, and if you know, did Wendi take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously. And I reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship, because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled, when he would be in a mood, when he would be upset. So
When you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
the entire family, but Wendy was the person I was having contact with.
Okay.
But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay. And how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendi? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple,
Speculation and opinion.
Overruled. You may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court, because.
sure. So conversations with Wendy, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries, that
Nice way of
sort of
putting it.
not having just a shared family life within your own.
Appearances and opinion.
Stayed as to opinion.
All right. So in your observations, let's keep it specific
Look at
to
their
Donna, if you don't
faces.
mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce is already final. I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendi, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, we met her multiple times, but Wendy had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendy to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together.
Circus.
Wendy's parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids. So I would come pick Wendy up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him. So that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes?
I don't believe
come
Harvey
alone?
was there. I don't believe Harvey was there at that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that. But in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendi, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was almost everything revolved around. So spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to, Wendy and I went to alternative spring break in Immokalee, Florida for spring break 2014. After we were done with that field trip of sorts, we went and stayed with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right. And did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No.
All right. So the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
That's correct.
So, by the way, you guys know how I feel about Wendi. With all some of the new information that came out these past couple days in trial, I had a new thought. About Wendy's involvement. And I'm not going to talk about that yet because I'm going to talk about it when we get to those points in the testimony. But but yeah, I'm curious to see what you guys think. There are some things that come out that make me wonder certain things that I will save those thoughts for when we get there. Anyways.
Correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendi up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick, and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom. So it's just that kind of thing. She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendi, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing.
Okay.
Just ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendi Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at. Yeah.
All right. And that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie.
Correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
And how was Catherine
Well,
Magbanua
his
related to
was-
the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendi Adelson and Catherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it sounded like not parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory.
Okay, now I'm going to bump it up. We'll see if this is tolerable on 1.5 just because we have a lot of testimony to get through as much as we can
that
here.
reason.
What happened after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
All right. And did Catherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
All right. So at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendi, and Charlie.
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
Okay. And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in the hot tub for a while.
Okay.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself.
So he elaborates more on this. I call this the awkward hot tub night. He elaborates more on this in his interview and also in previous trials, but I call this the awkward hot tub night.
Charlie, Wendi, and Dr. Obed at some points, and people were in and out, but those were the four that were in the hot tub.
And during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
Okay. And did he make some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
He's kind of
I mean, also leading, but I think that ship has sailed at this point in this trial because the defense doesn't ever object to leading. I don't really know why they objected to that though, because whatever. I agree, Kit, that not downloading the exact quote. I like that also.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Ms. Company.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks. They hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar, had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging. And he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
Okay. I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, can you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession?
Okay, so this is where they get into this whole thing about memory. It ends up having a long sidebar. This is actually he may have brought this up in his interview, but this did not come up in the previous trials. There's a little to do about this, and then The defense doesn't seem to really make as much of a stink about this as they probably could. Let's see if they come back here. She has to move on from that, and the jury's to disregard it. I mean, but common sense, right? We all know that kids don't remember as much when they're 2 years old versus when they're 4, 5, and 6, right? I mean, you know. Okay, so they're still on break, apparently.
May continue with your examination.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame,
Yeah.
I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there. Did Wendi Adelson, actually strike that. I'm gonna move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th,
June
2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendi Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markell was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendi and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville, and she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay. And did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Sustained in the shares session.
Goes to motive, Judge. I
Overruled.
don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir. So the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes. She knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay. So you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay. When was the
Yeah,
next time
that's
you saw her
important.
after that coffee shop meeting?
That's important, right? So I'm putting this on the timeline. Let's see here. Okay, and I'll share this to you guys here in a second as well. Well, I'll go ahead and play this until I finish.
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well, and I should like rush over there. Essentially, she has a stomach problem, so I got there as quickly as I could.
All right. So did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
On the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, "Do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something
Okay,
like that?" Didn't.
I'm gonna rewind this real quick actually to make sure I've got the date on when this happens. Was this the same night?
Okay. When was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well, and I should like rush over there. Essentially, she has a stomach problem, so I got there as quickly as I could.
All right. So did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
On the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, "Do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that?" And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She's just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store 2 miles from her house.
All right. So she was a nervous wreck that night. And did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there's no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV. So I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or, the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right. And did Did she tell you what happened to the TV? How it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV. As you know, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that, and stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking.
Okay, so give me just 1 sec. Let me share this to you guys, and I'll show you all what I'm doing with this timeline here. Okay, just unshare, reshare. So here's what I'm doing for this document. All right, so pull the banner down. So for this document, what I'm doing is so we're going to do the timeline. We're going to just group it by testimony. And then what I'm going to do is this. So in red, it's going to be things that are especially, I have to say especially because it's all relative, right? Especially important and pointing towards Wendy's knowledge beforehand. Okay, so let's look at what we got so far. So after Halloween of 2023, I should put this in bold. Well, after Halloween, because the Halloween is going to be a big point into which things changed in this case. Okay, after Halloween of 2013, the relationship started ramping up. March of 2014, met Charlie. That's the awkward hot tub night. Okay, so then we have June 4th in the afternoon, impromptu coffee shop meeting, and canceled their trip, saying she was concerned about being able to pick up the kids on July 18th. So the reason I put this in red, obviously, right, is it's knowledge that there was this big concern about July 18th, right? And that she expressed that to him in June, like way ahead of time. And it made no sense. And then we have here, and then we have June 4th in the evening. She has a mysterious stomach problem. June 11th through 18th, somewhere in there, he noticed the TV screen was shattered. And that's in red because it shows, again, that that's going to go to like the screen was shattered for like a solid month, right? Before calling to have someone come and repair it. And there was a lot of discussion about that as well in Charlie's trial when Wendi was on the stand. They didn't talk as much about that this time around with her, I don't think. But what I'm going to do is when we get to new information about Wendi, I'm going to put it in purple. So red is going to be especially damning in terms of Wendi's guilt, right? Knowledge beforehand and whatnot, right? And then purple, when we get there, will be new information about Wendi. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. This is the 4th trial, but Donna will be conviction number 5 if you include Luis Rivera pleading guilty. Because we had Luis pleading, then Sigfredo was found guilty at trial, Katie was found guilty at trial, Charlie was found guilty at trial, Don will be number 5. And he's testified in every trial, Jeff has. Yeah, they are. Her defense is absolutely, yeah, they're a mess. It's an absolute mess. They're definitely missing countless opportunities. It's a disaster. Yeah, there really is not much on the appellate record here so far. Based on what her defense, the very few objections. It's dumb. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Oh yeah, I was at the grocery store earlier and I sent Twiz a picture of an actual huge ass eggplant just because I thought it was fucking funny. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Neeson Z says Wendy's planning goes all the way back to her writing her book. Yeah, and it makes me, I would buy a copy of that book just to go through it, if not for the fact that I don't want to support Wendi. Maybe after she gets, arrested, and I suppose she would have to be convicted. At whatever point they pull that book or she doesn't get proceeds from it, But I think it would be worth having and reading and going through it with a fine-tooth comb. So part of the thing about Jeff Twiz, in case you haven't watched all the testimony, is as we're going to hear, we haven't gotten to it yet in his testimony, but he was set up to be the fall guy. He has a lot of testimony that only he can provide that ties in, especially as it pertains to Wendi. And being that this is a conspiracy case, right? And she's an unindicted co-conspirator, Wendy's knowledge ties into everybody else and the whole family plan, basically. Kelly says, love the timeline. Glad you love it. Good, good, good. And then we also have Glenn's book about Wendi. For that, we should do the Glenn swoop as well. Oh my God, Glenn, dude.
I have that skirt.
Glenn lives in infamy. Right. She did not know that he was shot until, well, she didn't know he was shot in terms of anyone telling her that until during the, a good deal into the interview with law enforcement. So, right. That's right. That's freaking hilarious. Okay. So let's go back to the testimony here. All right. Alrighty.
Kimmy.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. Then the image, the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's,
TV.
and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on in the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay.
So in other words, the weirdness being tolerating, especially when you got two young kids, putting up with a TV that basically is useless for a solid month. Like, what parent would do that? You know what I mean?
All right, so let's move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendi Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendi didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check.
Sorry, I'm just going to double check. Was this June or July? Oh, April. Okay, April 21st.
Date night that night. Wendi didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was.
One thing that comes out in his interview that doesn't come out in the trials, this is actually, I think, the first time we've heard him testify to this in any of the trials as to her being intoxicated. But in his interview with law enforcement, which again is on the playlist, he talks about how he really considered her to be an alcoholic. And that and the words he uses the phrase, she drank her dinner most nights. So for anyone who didn't know that, there you go.
Annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of her, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th.
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. And I've marked it as State's Exhibit 141. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendi Adelson to her brother, Rob Adelson, but it concerned you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendi Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, he says I haven't.
So this is new.
Told mom and dad about me. I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish. You know, so that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying, you know, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
It's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you met the parents several times.
Yeah, I had conversations with.
Okay, so here's what I think is going on here, because Rob testified about this as well, right? So if you guys remember in Jeff's interview, right, he talks about how he was sure that Wendi was cheating on him with multiple dudes. Multiple dudes. This is even before Dave. So, and he even had, I believe, evidence of that that he mentions during his interview. So I think that what happened here is she's referencing not Jeff. This isn't Jeff. She's talking about someone she's cheating on him with. And I think that in Rob's testimony, on no fault to him, and not surprisingly, he might have understood that Wendi was referencing Jeff, right? Not knowing, because he didn't really have close contact with them. because I believe in the questioning, he does seem to think that it's Jeff, right? And I remember being like, huh. And so I'm glad they followed back up with this because he's not the secret boyfriend. This is Wendi cheating on him.
Some limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence case 141.
Any objection?
Can I see that, please? No objection.
Six, 141, because it's made up.
Yeah, but so if she sent Rob pictures of them with the children, so in other words, her texting Rob and saying that she has a secret boyfriend, then Rob couldn't have understood that to be Jeff, right? Like the text is like she had a secret boyfriend, da da da. It's not Jeff, right? Then if everybody knows about Jeff.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendi Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendi about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the
Huh.
main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or
And there it is, June 29th, 2014.
3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement. And argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah,
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
it did. A very awkward drive back to Lacasse.
And that was
It's the morning of 29th or 30th. It was the 30th, morning of the 30th.
morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple of weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple of weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess it's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house in Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, well, we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge. I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced to evidence. All right, we'll circle back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it was just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendi got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future of our relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, I was just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? She said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Dana.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar. The objection is.
That's true. I guess
overruled.
Wendi could have lied
And then
about it.
the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kaplan.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something
Well,
happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendi a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markell for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit.
So this is a good question about the timeline with Rob falling out with the parents. So, there's the whole thing about the actual falling out with like the terms of like his marriage and stuff, and that didn't come up in the trial, right? So what the jury heard about at trial, the way that it came out in his testimony, it sounded like they kept in touch, right? But they weren't like super close because he lived in New York. They kept in touch, and that when it all changed for him was when he was on the phone and it was like their anniversary or whatever, and he was like, "Oh, did you see they arrested somebody?" And then Donna was like, I gotta go," or whatever. And that was the last time he spoke to her, to his mom. So, and that kind of makes sense because if you're the prosecution, first of all, you would rather it seem like the main reason for the falling out, if you will, or the rift would be because of that conversation. You would rather that be the case to make it seem like, yeah, everything was fine until that happened, right? To make that an even bigger deal. But also, that's just not really, I could see the defense wanting to keep that out. So in other words, it's sort of a win-win for both sides. Like the defense would have wanted to keep out his marriage and all that. And that's not really relevant, right? To a certain extent, you can see how that like emotion in limine, and I know there were emotions in limine regarding that. And so, but by keeping that out, it also puts more emphasis on the fact that the real disconnect happened when Donna was like all weird about them finding somebody when they made those arrests. So hopefully that's sort of helpful. Rob mentions Jeff's car as well here. Oh, included the picture. Okay. Right. And Rob testified that Wendi had never before shared any info about her dating life. Right. Right. I mean, that is very noteworthy. That's a great point that was very noteworthy that she never had shared that information. That was unusual. Welcome on in, Northwest. Yeah. Also, though, we learned from Jeff's interview that he's positive she had at least one boyfriend in Miami. He talks a lot about that in his interview, which again is on the playlist, about how whenever she would come back from Miami, like he really thought she was cheating on him. But you could be right. It's entirely possible that it's because Donna was like, dump him. Could also be both. But he would talk about how when she was in Miami, she went radio silent. Like he wouldn't get in touch with her, and she just it was like she just disappeared, and then she would come back and be all weird. So he was sure that she was cheating on him. Could have been both, though, of course, right? Rob said specifically that she didn't tell him, but also he also said that she was dating someone that his parents didn't know yet, which was odd to him. And the other thing is, like, Wendi could be lying to him, right? Because again, Neeson's made a good point, which is like Jeff was known to Wendi's parents, but that like Rob's in another state, he wouldn't have been privy to what the parents knew, and she could have lied to him. So Rob's disconnect did have to do with the controlling nature and the way she interfered with his, there's a whole backstory there with his first marriage and whatnot. But again, that was not admissible. And again, if the defense wanted to keep that out for being more prejudicial and probative, I think that the state would have considered that a win, because it's better for them anyway to put all the emphasis on he was so sure that they had something to do with the murder, or for that to be the inference, right, based on their reaction to Dan Markel's death and then the subsequent arrests and whatnot. Yeah. Jeff thinks there were I think in his interview, he says something like 8 or 9 people that he believes she was cheating on him with, which is a lot in a short period of time, for real.
She said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer.
Same rule remains. The objection is overruled. May continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenged her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible.
Okay, wait, I'm going to back this up real quick to get the date to put this on my timeline. Whenever she got, okay. I don't know that he
Came up in the context of whenever Wendi got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over
There it is again.
it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? She said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar, the objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kaplan.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay. And did she mention anything further about something
Well,
happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendi a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit.
Mhm.
And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer,
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
she
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenged her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay. And when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce president because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendi told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay. So this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. She was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this. And she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay.
Great point.
So I want to take you to
Great
the next
point.
day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that date?
Yes, we had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point. And then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay. What happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga
Awkward
because
yoga
when it was being very
day.
strange. I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. So she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week. So I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay. So you have your two respective vehicles there and
Yes.
you're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay. What happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her and she calls after me. I turn around and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip.
Only
And she wanted to
new.
know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the
Weird.
trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why at that moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay. And we now know that Dan Markel was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
If you had taken the trip as planned, which is
Remember-
as you reported to Wendi that day, what would your route have been?
And remember too, guys, right? In addition to this business about asking for his route, remember this goes all the way back to June. Now remember, this is going to come up more, and I've got it on the timeline, but the June 4th meeting, right? So remember, in June they had their first attempt, right? At some point, I don't remember the exact date on that. That'll come up later. But back in June, Wendi already was referencing needing to be home by July 18th. Like she was already referencing that date. And the only reason that would have been a day for Dan Markel to pick up the kids, the only reason why she would need to be available is if he couldn't do it. So in terms of like her knowledge, you've got even going in specifically in terms of the date of July 18th, that dates back to June 4th when they have that impromptu coffee shop meeting. Again, I've got that on the timeline. So
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendi knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for dinner and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11 and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay. So physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay. And after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendi?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as states GG.
Yeah, the email.
64 GG. Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
All right. So is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I considered it, based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text.
Same.
She sends me this, which strings everything out for a week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world's going to happen July 21st, but I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she must have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay. I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. Check that. Recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's, Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like we were dating.
Okay. Given evidence 86A.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time you were dating Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Was it
Ding,
something?
ding, 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 ding. New information, guys. We did not have until this trial. This is new, so this is going to get color coded.
That like art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th. 13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. Understand the court's order.
Objection is overruled.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me. And we had a couple, 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner. And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Okay. So are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect? In
Yes.
this murder? Where were you when Dan Martell was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So you changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the DPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? At some point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah, that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times Hitman are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, went successfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, and this is long after this all happened. This is I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I marked as states demonstrative exhibit G. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is this the make and model of the? It's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and
Now,
model.
I think this is the
Yeah, my
first
car's right
time
on
we
top,
see
so it's
this
just like the car I had at the time.
Permission to publish G, Your Honor?
with this car. I think it's the first time we see this in the trial. Incredible, right? Absolutely incredible. What?
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, cross time. I mean, I don't think we saw that picture of the car in the previous trials. That is chilling, guys. For real.
Good morning.
It's Dr. Lacasse, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
You testified that it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that
And honestly, it is another useless cross. We may as well just skip it. It's short anyway. May as well just skip it so we can get more testers. So June here's what I will say about June. I don't think that she's really as worth watching this time. She comes in sort of similar as before, but you know, she's not all giddy as per usual. Her testimony wasn't really all that interesting or helpful. It was sort of a lot of the same, but she, last time she was a hot mess, right? During Charlie's trial, her phone went off. She got lost. It was just a hot fucking mess. And so it was great for that reason. But, we're going to skip ahead. I believe. Okay. So the financial investigator. This actually is really important because we do get new information from her. Remember, during voir dire, when they were asking the jury, like, what do you need? What would you need to prove a conspiracy or whatever, right? A lot of them were saying, or what would you expect to see? A lot of them were saying financial records. So, it's very entertaining. And by the way, she testifies on his birthday, and after she gets done, she's like, "Happy birthday" to him. It's really fucking funny. Anyway, but this lady, if she testified, I remember they talked about the finances in the other trials, but it was the presentation was different. And here we actually got a lot of new information, especially as it pertains to Wendi. Again, they're laying that foundation as they've done with each subsequent trial. And so the graphics here are really helpful. So we're going to watch some of this, and I'm going to try to hit some of the high points here. But yeah, a lot of this is going to be important for the timeline as well.
Thanks.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
About how many times?
Right.
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
The defense wishes what I heard witness. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of, I believe this is for
Forensic accounting.
Forensic accounting?
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area.
But it was just so funny that now that Charlie's not present in the courtroom, June was just like straight faced on the witness stand and completely boring. It's like, oh my God. Dude, she was a hot mess though during his trial. She was so giddy. It was really funny.
In the field of forensic
You
accounting,
tell
while
she's
she testifies today. You may continue.
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze in detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak up this whole area?
That's right. I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through, DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about, first kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you
So we're going to go past what she reviewed, right? Laying the foundation. Great.
Communications, whether that be emails of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway and Safety motor vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
Okay, so here's the shift they bought.
Loan are expensive, and she's asking, "I need a loan, buddy." Frowny face.
Okay, so these new demonstratives that we got in this trial are just, what's the word? Fire. What do the kids say? I love it. We did not have, this is brand new. And should be a shining model going forward for every other trial. Like, this is amazing and so helpful.
And was that car,
especially when you're dealing with financial records, right? I mean, they use this going forward for a lot of different things, but I mean, especially when you're dealing with financial records, which can be boring, this totally makes it feel part of the story. And I don't mean that in a fanciful way. I mean, it is part of the story, right? Instead of just like, oftentimes this is the part that can be really boring. But again, the jury asked for this, and this is really important. And the way they tie this in is beautiful.
in these messages? Do they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed? The parts alone are expensive, and she's asking, "I need a loan, buddy." Frowny face.
That's correct.
Okay, and does she say, just imagine if I took it to another mechanic?
Yes.
All right. Did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a friend of his that he would refer people, especially Catherine McManua, to?
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Yes, it was.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond,
"Hi, James.
LOL,
Welcome."
you'll be fine. I got you. I just texted Sully my CC.
That's right.
And she says, stop paying for S word. She misspells it on your card.
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
It is.
Okay. So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
All right. In May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are. And it says it's a Mazda.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says, you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
And she's saying, yes, she needs to take it ASAP.
Yes.
And what do we see here in November of 2015?
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card.
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Catherine Magbanwa's words in green.
That's correct.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine Magbanwa let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on the next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card. But the actual payment was for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Catherine Magbanwa estimates, she says, just put $1,630. And Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put $1,650?
Yes.
So he offers, I'll even pay $30 more.
Yes.
And then she says it came out to $1,620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end of 2015, after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Catherine Magbanwa got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title. We looked up for the DHSMV records and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now, Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you go through what we see here?
So we're going to go forward a little bit here. So we got the car. I put it on the timeline. So he's paying for shit related to the car. Okay, so this is January 23rd of 2016. So this again, just for the timeline sake that I'm working on here, to show that he's still paying for her shit, right?
On the right-hand side.
Right here?
Yes, January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus.
2001 Lexus?
Black four-door, that's correct.
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Yes.
How much did this DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Magbanwa for?
$1,700.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine Magbanwa to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Well, they basically give her a car.
Was there any check, or maybe she just withdrew that amount of cash? Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
Were you able to find any deposit into, if she, let's say she already had that cash at home, any deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while, we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson
Yeah.
Institute in that time
Real
to
fitness.
account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or list it as a gift on the title transfer?
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it makes the registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insurance.
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for $3,000, but we agree to put $300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it.
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Catherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
Okay, so we know there's more gifts. There's the flight, plane tickets. The cruise.
Is Catherine Magbanwa saying she has a lot of things to pay for? She needs a little help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job. She says, I hate asking.
That's right.
And he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
That's correct.
And then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Catherine Magbanwa's account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit for her?
Yes.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her, pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to lend or borrow fancy cars from him throughout these years?
Yes, he had a lot of supportive activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office, did Catherine McBanois have a breast augmentation surgery
There
in
it
October
is.
of 2014?
She did.
Murder boobs.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
The total credit was $4,608.
Looking at the records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
4,400 was in cash, and then the 195 was on her credit card or debit card.
So what was the portion of that breast augmentation surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there corresponding withdrawals of cash from any of Catherine McBanois?
Okay, so I wanted to make sure we heard that part. So that went on the timeline. So let's go forward a little bit here. So basically what they're proving here is pretty simple, right? That considering her cash deposits and whatnot and the things she was purchasing, you know, this is all, they have to prove it, right? We know she was not making this much money from her jobs. We know she was getting paid from Charlie, right? But they're proving all this and you know, little by little here, looking at her income, looking at the checks from the Adelson Institute, and you know, which we know are for doing no work. And then here's the part where she, you know, is asking she needs to be put on payroll, right? Because the insurance, we've heard about this. This was in opening statements. This was referenced with other testimony. And actually, we have yet to hear her testimony, and she will talk about it too. So we're going to move along a little bit here. Again, the checks, Adelson Institute. Donna managed the money. Okay, now this part's interesting. How she received the checks.
So the date that was on the check was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, and was that almost 2 months to the day from the murder of Dan Markell?
It was.
Was that, I guess, about 3 months after she asked to be employed by Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And how often did
I have
McBanois
my
receive
cash,
checks
I don't
from the Adelson Institute after that?
2 times a month for almost 2 years.
Looking at these checks, can you show us? I'll just ask you. On the bottom right of each check where it says Donna Sue Adelson on these checks, is that the signature line?
It is.
Thank you. Checks are kind of becoming an ancient art form, so just in case we have any jurors who haven't written one. The amount is here?
Yes, that's the amount that's written the check for.
All right. And then the amount's written out here, and then you mentioned a signature line. I'm sorry, a memo line. Is this the memo line?
Yes, that's the memo line.
Okay, and what does this memo line say on these checks?
On, I believe, all of them, let me just look for a second. Almost all of them have a date range. There's a few that don't.
And would that date range be the pay period?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looking at these Adelson Institute checks to Catherine McBanois, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the memo line for each, do the time ranges for the pay periods vary?
Yes.
They're not all for the same amount of days. In other words,
they're roughly around a 2-week period.
are all of the checks for the same amount?
All except for the first one, which appears to be a 1-week pay period instead of 2.
Okay.
It was $203.79, which is half of the $407.58.
And so for these red check marks, the red checks denote all of the checks that were for the same amount.
Yes,
Were some of the checks advanced pay?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means that she actually would have received the check or deposited the check before the end of the pay period.
So the check is posted before the pay period on the memo line is complete.
Yes,
And were any of these checks sequential?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means they were all the next in line check numbers, 25, 26, 27.
So going back to our picture.
We go forward a little bit here. Checks. There's the breast augmentation. Still not paid. Okay. Spinny wheel.
Some of those things I just listed out.
Yes,
Okay. So was it a surprise to you to just receive this QuickBooks printout?
yes.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute's QuickBooks records that they handed over to law enforcement when they received the subpoena?
It's at the top, March 31st, 2016.
Okay, so according to their records, the last payment they made to her was on 3/31 of 2016.
That's correct.
When you looked at Catherine McBanois' account, were there any additional checks after March 31st of 2016 that were paid to her by Adelson Institute?
Yes, there were 3 additional checks that did not show up on the QuickBooks records.
Looking at this graph, Is this the 3/31/16 check that was dated and posted the same day?
Yes,
And so these would be the 3 checks that were deposited after March 31st?
yes,
Do these 3 dates reflect the dates on those checks? Written? The dates
Yes.
written. And these would be the dates that Meg Vanwell posted into her account?
Okay, no worries, guys. It does say murder boobs on the timeline that I have that I'm working on. I did put that on there. Okay. So we got this. Let's take a look. So we're gonna go for a little bit. Okay, we have another visual description. Okay, graph. I don't know why YouTube's being annoying with the spinning wheel. Here we go. So this,
showing
now this,
the level of
this particular demonstrative aid was used in the previous trials where you get that huge spike.
cash for each month, and then they're connected. The dots are connected by a line for you to have that visual look.
Y'all, the way it says, hold on, look. The way it says murder, look at that. I love it. I love it. You go, state.
Visual representation.
And was the month in 2014 that she had the most cash deposited into her account August,
It was.
the month after Dan Markell was murdered?
Yes,
And the second and third highest month, October and July?
that's right.
That would be the same month that she started receiving income from Adelson Institute and the same month as her breast augmentation in October for number 2?
Yes,
And number 3 being the month of the murder of Dan Markell?
yes,
When you compared 2014 to the amount of cash she received in all 3 years, were those 3 months still the highest amounts of cash she received in all 3 years?
yes.
August, October, and July of 2014?
Go ahead a little bit here. Again, we know. Okay, the bump, cash spike, da-da-da. Okay. All right. Wendi.
I want to show you a contract that's been shown to defense.
Aha.
For the purchase by Wendi Adelson of a home, I won't say the whole address, but on Whittendale Drive in Tallahassee.
Mhm.
Okay. And what date did she
So
sign?
all this about Wendi, this is all new. Again, so this is going to go purple on our timeline. This is all new
to
information.
purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
It's listed as $371,000.
Did Wendi Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Whittendale?
Yes,
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
she could do that comfortably for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendi Adelson, have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes,
Did each of the members of the Adelson family
All right, I
have
just
the
need
means
to back it up so I can get that date for my timeline here.
in Tallahassee?
Mhm.
Okay. And what date did she sign this to purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes,
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
it's listed as $371,000.
Did Wendi Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Whittendale?
Yes,
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
she could do that comfortably for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendi Adelson, have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes,
Did each of the members of the Adelson family have the means in their respective accounts in 2014 to pay the $130-something, let's say $140,000 given to Garcia, Magbanua, and Rivera?
yes,
Did Charlie Adelson have the means in his account to pay for all of the different benefits and gifts that he gave to or offered Catherine Magbanua over the years from 2014 to 2016?
yes,
And when I say means in their account, is that money that's available for withdrawal? I'm not talking about homes or properties or cars or other assets.
yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount, would those means obviously not include cash that is not deposited in any bank, right?
That's right.
We wouldn't know that amount.
Right.
Based on your review of Adelson Institute's records and messages in this case, did the Adelsons prefer to be paid in cash for their services at Adelson Institute, or did they prefer a credit card or check?
It appeared that they preferred cash.
Okay. Were there lots of messages where they discuss giving discounts for cash, certain clients being willing to pay cash and that being preferred?
Yes,
Are these just some of the examples?
just some of them, yes.
I'm really surprised that the IRS didn't swoop in.
were there messages in the Adelson family's records where they discuss having cash and how they store their cash?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to this text message we see here on the screen. Can you read these messages to us? And these are from 2011, but what I'm looking for.
Okay, again, we're going to go past some of this. You're talking about cash, putting it in the safe, da da da.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. Quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions.
Now, I believe, if memory serves, this feels like it was a long time ago. I believe it's actually on Cross that we find out new information about Wendi as well here pertaining to the house.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and or Harvey Adelson? I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards. An Amex and Capital One? Yes, ma'am. The card that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name that shows that Catherine McVanois paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have.
So we're gonna go ahead a little bit because I'm just gonna see. That's really the important part because these crosses, as we know, are pretty disastrous. Here.
Says odometer was 17 at the time of the transfer would be
car.
Either 140,000 or. Now we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his trash discount credit card for the fee, a 5% reduction. What their deposits were in cash. 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2000. Harvey becomes manager in July of 2016. And it wasn't until 2020. Just one moment, please.
I remember thinking it was on Cross. It has to be third.
Can you read your examination?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Oh, maybe not. On redirect.
Defense counsel asked if the cash discounts mentioned in the text messages were from Charlie's travel and period analysis work, or did the cash discounts, are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw this in Adelson Institute payroll?
It is.
Okay, the thing that I'm thinking about that pertains to Wendi might be on the cross of, I forget, one of the law enforcement witnesses. So that might be what it was. Okay, so we're going to skip ahead. So what we did get, though, let me just share this to you guys here. So what we did get, though, noteworthy from her. So we got the October 2014 was the murder Boobs, right? November of 2014, Charlie's paying for Katie's car repairs. January 2016, he gives her a Lexus. And then in purple here, right? Because again, new information pertaining to Wendi's in purple. We've got Wendi puts the down payment on the house, and there's going to be more pertaining to that comes up. I believe comes up later though. So okay, so back to the testimony. Okay, so we have this, and we're not going to watch her. This is an employee who's basically says, yeah, I never saw Katie. She never worked here. And now we get to Katie's testimony. Okay, let's go.
You remain seated right now. Please check if the jurors are ready.
I mean, her hair looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Here, Corbitt.
Yeah, right. So as far as the timeline, so Northwest, you're on the same page. As far as there's a timeline that pertains to the timing of the house and the grandma motion. I was thinking that some of that came up with that financial lady, but I think it comes up with Chris Corbitt, who is after her. Yeah, after Katie. And the other thing is this, guys, we those of us who've watched, we've all seen Katie testify, right? I don't even know that we want to spend the time because I want to go through day 4 also. we don't really get anything new out of Katie here, although I feel like we can't just skip her, but it's not really anything new or earth-shattering that comes out. But with Chris Corbitt, we do get new information, and I forget whoever it is that testifies after him. We get new information as well with the law enforcement. Oh, Pat Sanford, right? So, so let me know. Okay, skip Katie. Okay, cool. Okay, so if you guys are cool with skipping Katie, we'll skip Katie. We'll move right along. Yeah, I think it's with Chris Corbitt that we get these details that I was thinking about with Wendi. That, you know, the Halloween and the house and the grandma motion and all the rest. So. Okay, so we'll move right on along here to Chris Corbitt. He is awesome, dude. By the way, he was great, really great testimony. It's not every time that, you know, I particularly am really thoroughly impressed with law enforcement, especially because there's plenty of times where he was given on cross a lot of leeway with these open-ended questions. He totally could have thrown Donna under the bus. Like, he didn't do it. Like, he was very. It's just exactly what you want, right? Like, he didn't exaggerate even when he could have. He didn't put emotion into it. It's just exactly what you want. And we saw another witness like this that stood out to me in the Rose Petal trial, which was South Carolina v. Zachary Hughes. Do any of you guys remember Master Deputy Wolf? He was amazing. And he was another one of my favorite, because I can count them on one hand, right? Law enforcement officers that really stand out to me as being just super fair and just stick to the question, yes or no, and they don't provide, you know, additional narrative and what have you. Anyway, but yeah, so we're going to watch some of this testimony here.
Sergeant, please raise your hand.
Yep, my
Do you
banner.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbitt, and that's Corbitt, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you worked with TPD?
29 years and 11 months.
And what unit are you in at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience in order to?
He's got all the training and experience. We're going to go past this a little bit here. He does a great job. Okay. Communications and the PowerPoint that they have going on here. Again, we didn't have this in the other trials. They really stepped up their game for this trial with the visuals.
Are you familiar with how to read and interpret the records?
I am, yes.
And in this case, did you review phone records
He does have
for State's Exhibit 91, call detail records of Luis Rivera, 92, call detail records of Sigfredo Garcia, 93, call detail records of Wendi Adelson, 94, call detail records of Donna Adelson.
And I'm just remembering there is some new shit that comes out from him as well. I think it's towards the end of the day. Oh my God, I'm remembering now. There's some other new shit that comes out about Wendi. Damn, I swear, the new stuff that comes out about Wendi in this trial is like, oh my God.
95, Charlie
Bombshell.
Adelson's call detail records, 96, Harvey Adelson's call detail records, and 97, Catherine Magbanoa's call detail records, and finally 98, Dan Martell's call detail records.
Yes.
Okay. And did all those call detail records come with a certification from each phone carrier certifying that those are authentic records of that carrier?
They did, yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you States 55, which is already
Just
States 55.
he's a consummate professional here. Okay, so they're just getting these into evidence here, phone numbers. Okay.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 91 through 98, certified business records.
Any objection?
There you are.
States 91 through 98 are admitted.
Thank you. In addition to all of those call detail records we just went through, did you also review traffic tickets that were received in the summer of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did, yes.
Did you also review car rental agreements, 2 from Comfort Rental in Miami and 1 from Safe Gas Rental in Miami?
I did, yes.
Did you also review surveillance video from Premier Gym, as well as from Spirion, which is a GPS company that is the company that has the GPSs on the rental car?
Timeline though.
Yes, to be clear, the
timeline.
Premier was video, the GPS was
There's
latitude
no
longitude
way.
coordinates.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And did you base your opinions in this case? Oh, and did you also receive, in addition to all those things, Cellbrights and returns from subpoenas from email addresses as well?
Yes, so there were forensic analysis conducted of several handsets and yes, an iCloud or multiple iCloud accounts.
Okay, that gave you access to emails as well.
and separate actual email legal demand returns.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on all of those records that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, are many of those records voluminous? And I'm talking hundreds, even thousands of pages.
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare, instead of having to go through each page for the jury during this presentation, did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what the phone company's records say in correlation with the other evidence in this case about the subjects, in this case, phone activity and locations?
Yes.
And will you be relying on that summary for your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
I want to quickly, also in the summary, are there excerpts from Cellbrights?
Yes.
What is a Cellbright?
Well, a Cellbright has come to mean many things. When we do forensic examinations of computers or phones, we use a variety of different forensic tools. One of the more common ones that we use is a product from Cellbright, and often the most common report format. So once we do that forensic analysis.
Okay, we're going to skip past this. We know what Cellbright is here in this channel. Call detail records, we're well aware. Okay, great. Okay.
Factors that affect what cell tower or cell site a
Look
handset
at these
might
little houses, though. I freaking love this. Amazing.
choose to
What a great
communicate
visual.
with. So sometimes just knowing where the cell tower is enough. But we also know that most of our cell sites are broken down into multiple sides or sectors. It means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And the cell carrier, the company, most often provides us not only with the location of the cell site, but also the side or the sector that the handset was communicating with. So here we would generally expect that one sector covers about halfway to the next sector. You can see some dashed lines that are drawn here, and that would be the approximate transition areas around the cell site. So in theory, if you were to get in your car and drive circles around the cell site, you would transition from sector to sector as you went round and round. And from that, again, we would expect certain locations relative to certain sectors to be serviced by that part of the cell site, which we can kind of see here. When we display those or we see those, here, this particular cell site that was, or sector that was used for this event was at 215 degrees. And that's the cardinal direction, like 360 degrees. So this is at 215, a little past due south, a little to the west. And you can see that that is illustrated here by the large blue arrow. So when we're representing a cell site and sector that the handset was using, we will use a large colored arrow. So we know that's the particular sector that was being communicated with. And when we do our analysis, again, we understand that that sector goes approximately halfway around to the other sectors. And so when we do our location analysis, we would include or exclude certain locations. And we would say that locations that are in close proximity and on the right side of the cell site and sector are possible locations for the handset, and then other locations might not be.
Can you say exactly or precisely where on this map a certain cell phone is?
No.
Okay, but you would be able to tell us what cell site that cell phone is communicating with if it has location data, and the sector of the cell site, the particular sector that it's communicating with.
Yeah, so one of the basic things is we can only make a determination about where a handset was when we have a record or an event. And while different companies and different handsets and different technologies create different amounts of records, we can only, again, make a determination when we have a record. And then, yes, we will know the location of that cell site, the orientation of the sector in most cases. And historical location analysis is about inclusion and exclusion. And we look at a location and we say, yes, this address is included in the service area, based on our opinion, is included in the service area of this particular cell site and sector, or no, a handset at the location you gave me would not be serviced by this particular cell site and sector. So we include and exclude locations. We do not say exactly where a handset was.
And is your way of saying that, you say whether a certain location is consistent or inconsistent?
Yes.
Okay. And do you sometimes get records with no location data at certain times?
That is correct, yes.
You mentioned Cellbrights. How do you extract data, or how does a Cellbright that you've extracted from a cell phone, how does it look different in the actual Cellbright report versus what we're going to see?
We're going to skip ahead a little bit. Yeah, so for me, even if you take away things that are like, consciousness of guilt or, the way Wendi acts in her interview, the thing for me that in terms of that's hard to get around is just the timeline. And a lot of that we got from Jeff is in terms of just, we talked about it earlier, and it's on the timeline that I'm working on here. Okay, so here, this is interesting. We don't need to hear all this. This is just basically them going through the process of how they figured out the cell phones based on looking at the overlapping of who was where. Now, one thing that's interesting, actually, I don't want to skip through. There's one interesting thing here about Harvey that was new information. Okay.
Common to all of those locations.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you find?
So as I mentioned, we did not receive, or we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records and there's nothing for us to compare to. But what we did have from the tower dump were a number of reports with cell phone numbers of cell phones or handsets that were present at those specific locations and times for us to look at or compare. What we also had was a number of CDRs or communication records from various subjects in the investigation. We use analytical software to kind of help us out with this, to crunch large numbers, but we were able to actually compare all of the handsets that were here in Tallahassee around those specific locations and times with all of the records, the phones and the phones that they were communicating with for all of our subjects in the investigation. And what we did find is, and this is slide 19, we did find a common number, this
Here it is. Oh, it's redacted.
Was a phone number that was present here in Tallahassee around the Premier Health and Fitness that was also in the call detail records for one of the subjects of the investigation.
And was that subject Harvey Adelson?
It was, yes.
Is this Harvey Adelson?
Harvey,
Okay, this is an
sitting in the
example of his call detail
gallery.
records.
That is correct.
Okay, so Harvey Adelson is the husband of Donna Adelson, father of
Oh,
Charlie
here we
Adelson
go.
and Wendi Adelson?
Correct.
All right, can you give us more information about this call that you found?
So what we see, and this is just an excerpt, I'm on slide 20, from Mr. Adelson's, Harvey Adelson's call detail records for July 1st of 2014. And we see that 786.
I love that the camera zooms in on him in that gallery. I love it. So, oh my God, it's so good. Thank you, Court TV person. Thank you. Thank you. That is just brilliant, brilliant work right there. Well done.
Spoke about. And this is a good example of some of the things we see with call detail records. It looks like 3 calls or 3 entries here, but this is actually just one event. And in the records, we also see the kind of the routing or the way they call, like this one that was routed to voicemail, how it kind of traverses through the network. But these are 3 lines, or it looks like 3 events, but this is just one incoming phone call from that 786 number. And again, that was on July 1st of 2014 at 5:20 p.m.
Okay, so here we have this one call on July 1st, 2014. What was the duration of this one call?
The duration is listed as 37 seconds.
And 37 seconds as in, does that include the amount of time that it's taking a phone to ring?
In this case, it does not. They do provide us both a seizure time, which is how long the phone rings or how long it takes to connect, and then an overall duration.
Okay, so
Donna
a
and
37
Harvey
second
were in
call.
Miami.
Do we know whether this call was routed to voicemail?
This call indicates that it was routed to voicemail.
Okay, so the 37 seconds, would that include an amount of time for a voicemail to play and an amount of time for a message to be left, if a message was left?
It could, yes.
We don't
Was
know.
there any other communication in all?
We don't know what they were doing specifically. We just know they were in Miami. And then when Wendi calls during her law enforcement interview and she calls, her parents, and then she gets off the phone and she says to the agent, well, at least they sounded surprised, or at least they acted surprised. And she's like relieved that they acted surprised. I mean, but that's a whole other conversation about Wendi throwing everybody under the bus in that interview. It's for another moment.
All of the phone records that you have between the 786 number you found and Harvey Adelson's phone?
No.
Who did the 786 number belong to?
So the 786 number belonged to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. And Sigfredo Garcia, were you able to do a frequency report for his phone records?
Yes.
What is a frequency report?
So I'm here on slide 20.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead a little bit. We know how they're basically going to go through here, right? For anyone who doesn't, just then how the scheme worked, right? That like Sigfredo Garcia only talked to Katie, right? Katie only talked to Charlie. Charlie only talked to Donna, and they never got, they never combined that business. That's the whole train car thing. Okay, this part's interesting though. This part's interesting. Okay.
Can we see your next slide of the organizational chart, please? Did anybody on this chart have phone contact with Garcia?
This is the exception. This is where it gets all discombobulated, right? And it ends up being a big deal when we get into the bump.
Garcia or Rivera, down at the bottom, during 2014, other than the 37-second call between Garcia and Harvey Adelson on July 1st, and obviously Catherine McManua?
No.
All right, I want to go back to that July 1st, 37-second call that was routed to voicemail. Was it your understanding that that call came after an incident where Garcia angrily confronted McManua and Charlie Adelson on July 1st,
This is really important.
14.
Yes.
July 1st.
Okay, and then Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
Correct.
Were there text messages in Charlie Adelson's iCloud that referenced that event?
There were.
Okay, and do you have those for us here?
I do. So this is slide 35 now cumulatively, and we see the communication between Mr. Charlie Adelson and Ms. McBannel.
Okay, so if this is July 2nd, beginning at, is that 9:12 a.m.?
Yes,
So this would be the morning after that voicemail is left on Harvey Adelson's phone
that's correct.
by Garcia.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through these messages?
So Charlie Adelson states that this really sucks, and Ms. McBannel responds in a couple of messages that she doesn't like the fact that someone thinks they can make decisions in her life, and then apologize, and that the leaving messages was retarded and childish.
Okay. And does she say to Charlie Adelson on July 2nd, I'm sorry, but he's a effing pussy. All that leaving messages is, as you said, and so childish.
Yes.
Okay. But whatever.
But whatever.
Okay. All right. Can we go back to our chart? I want to ask you a little bit about the communication and emails between these parties. Did law enforcement look at the communication and emails between these parties to see if anyone seemed to have a motive to kill Dan Markel?
They did, yes.
Okay. I want to go through just a couple of these. I think we may have 5 or 6 in here. And I want to start chronologically, if we could, from the beginning of 2013, moving up to the murder, as far as the written communication, moving up to the murder. And then
Okay, sounds like
I'll
a
ask you more
timeline.
about the locations of the parties for the trips to Tallahassee after that.
Okay.
Okay. So if I could first turn your attention to March 6th of 2013. Is this an email from Donna Adelson? And then the email associated with her is donnaharvey@gmail.com?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're looking at some of these emails, sometimes the name that it appears that the email is from is sometimes that name different, even though it's from the same email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com.
Yes.
How does that happen?
It can happen in a few different ways. That display name is what we call it, is a kind of a separate piece of information that is attached to your email address. And in this case, the email is Gmail. It provides the email service, and you can go into your Gmail account and change your display name or change the name that you want to come up when you send email to someone else. Also, if you're using different email clients and you're checking your Gmail, maybe through your iPhone native mail application, you can also set a different name in there. So either changing it within Gmail or changing it within the email client that you're using, especially if you're using multiple different devices, it's possible to have different display names for that same email address.
Throughout the emails that we see in the records from donnaharvey@gmail.com, is the display name sometimes Donna Adelson, as we see here?
It is, yes.
Is it sometimes Donna Sue?
Yes.
Is it sometimes Donna and Harvey?
Yes.
And is it sometimes Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi?
Yes.
Okay, and there's also a way of determining who sent the email, who signed off on the email at the end.
Yes, certainly the signature or content of the email itself.
Okay, looking at this specific email, in this email, does Donna Adelson call Dan Markel a name?
She does, yes.
And what does she call him?
So I'll display that. What you see here on the screen is the actual email in the form that it was out of the return. And then when we emphasize certain areas, I have enlarged those and made the font bigger. Did not change things like boldness or italics or punctuation, just made it larger and changed the color to red to emphasize the sections that we're speaking of. So to your question, she says, this guy is a major fucker. I hope that your attorney is the shark that is her reputation.
And then in this email, looking down 2 paragraphs below, does it say Gary told Dad yesterday?
It does, yes.
So in this communication, Dad is referred to in the 3rd person.
Correct.
Okay. And just as you were saying before, can that give
Yeah, just
context
clarifying
about who
how you
sent
know
the email so that it seems like Mom is sending the email as opposed to Dad from that shared email account?
Correct.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is not.
Okay. Looking 2 months ahead to May 21st of 2013, is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. And in this email, does she say, wow, exclamation point?
Yes.
And says, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S word, and then types out a screen?
Yes.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is with I love you, Mom.
Were there also emails that showed Donna Adelson's strong interest in Wendi and her sons being able to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
Looking at another May 2013 email next, is this an email from Donna Adelson up top to Wendi?
Yes.
And in this email, what did Donna Adelson tell Wendi Adelson is the most important part of her divorce?
So this is slide 42 that we're on now, and we see that the most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that that is your non-negotiable.
In the next slide, does Donna Adelson give Wendi Adelson some
That's straight out of what I call the unhinged emails. We've covered those on this channel. They're on my playlist for the Adelsons.
ideas of what she should tell the judge about how this is negatively affecting the lives
Well,
of
this is interesting, right? So in these unhinged emails, as I call them, Donna doesn't just it's just like with the jailhouse informants. She doesn't just give Wendi a specific script of like what to say. She switches back and forth between talking to Wendi and becoming Wendi in the first person. It's scary.
On a Harvey and Charlie.
Yes, she does.
And this is
so here, and again, we've read these emails, but let's just take a look at this because it's been a while. You know, Donna is making the case this is what Wendy's supposed to say. And she talks about the hardships. You know what? Let me do this the right way. Let me just do this the right way. Hang on, guys. I've got these emails. I saved them. I was like, I'm never going to delete these ever because this part, I'm glad I'm thinking to do this because you can actually pick apart her own. She contradicts herself basically. And it's hard to see how she does that without this email. Let's see here. Additionally, this loss, let me look for where this is specifically in the email. I'm pulling up the unhinged emails. I'm finding where this is specifically. Where's what I'm looking for here? 625.13. Okay. Here she is talking about the judge. You guys, y'all just have to see this. This is crazy. Okay, give me just a second to share this to y'all. All right. Okay. This is just, we just need to, even if we've already seen it, this is insane. It's just, even knowing how insane, it's like more insane than you can even wrap your head around. We're not going to read all of them. We're just going to look at a couple key points here. So these are the actual emails, right? So anything that's bold, underlined, italicized, this is from Donna, okay? Like, look at the subject here. She puts memorandum of law in scare quotes. Dear Wendi. Oh my God. There's the part here. The most important part of your divorce is relocation. This is your non-negotiable in all caps. Look at this part here, though. For example, this past weekend, you had your annual conference. Let me zoom in. Your annual conference for blank at the same time his regular NYU crap was taking place. Your attorney needs to understand that your mother worked full-time in the family's dental practice until September, when she felt she was needed by you for the well-being of the children, to get them through a transitional time when people who love them and see them frequently and with whom they share great affection. Your father has made numerous trips. Okay, yeah, this part. Your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient's schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with children. Both the disappearance of your mother from the position of office manager and the disappearance of your father from the practice for a significant amount of time has caused a decrease in the practice income and the loss of some patients who feel that it's either not being run in the same way as when my mother, now here we're switching voices, right? As when my mother was there full time, or that my father. So now she's becoming Wendi. Let me read this again because it's confusing. Both the disappearance of your mother from the position of office manager and the disappearance of your father from the practice for a significant amount of time has caused a decrease in the practice income and the loss of some patients who feel that it's either not being run in the same way as when my mother was there full-time, or that my father is unable to see patients with problems and has referred them to other offices during his absences. Additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. My brother is unmarried and is a wonderful uncle to Benjamin and Lincoln. If I'm able to relocate to South Florida, they will have an incredibly warm and loving family as an integral part of their lives, not an occasional 2-day weekend trip to visit. And right here, there's a lot of inconsistencies because she's like saying, oh, we don't have enough time with them. We don't have enough time with them. We don't have enough time with the boys. Yeah, in the same exact argument, Donna is saying, all this time that we're having to spend going to Tallahassee to watch the boys is causing a hardship for not just Donna, not just Harvey, not just Charlie, but the patients are impacted. This is just a snippet of the insanity that's in these emails, guys. It's crazy. It's crazy. But that's one little snippet in terms of where you can see there's a lot of logical fallacies, a lot of inconsistencies. The other one, look at this one. Donna's big mad here. This is from June 27th. Oh my God. You got into this. Now she's getting mad at Wendi. You got into this mess with Gibbers by being so compliant and non-confrontational with him, all in bold. If you just keep paying your attorney and her $600 per hour and don't fight for what you want, you're no better off than if you stayed married to him. Sure, you got rid of being unhappy in a marriage, so you don't have to live under the same roof, but he'll still be, quote, in control, end quote, of everything, including what he wanted, sole control of the boys' religious lives. Why let him? Why not stand up to this fucker? Why not fight? We're talking about a lifetime of this. You have the boys a very limited number of days before the mediation takes place. This is all part of an act, bold and underlined. Please rethink this. We're all willing to help you to accomplish this. And that's all it is, Wendi, an act, bold and underlined again. An act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. It will infuriate him. It won't infuriate a judge that you found Jesus. She can't comment on your religious views. You need to see the big picture. And for anyone who's listening, I said it like that because it's in all caps, bold, and underlined. You need to look into the future what a life without your only family nearby, teaching in Tallahassee with Danny always in the picture will give you. It is not a pretty picture. We want to see you in bold and underlined, help yourself. Not everything one has to do in life is, quote, comfortable, end quote, or easy, end quote. Yeah, all of it is like this. This is just, I could go on and on. It's absolutely, I mean, like, look at this part. Look at this part. Gibbers has an organized plan that he's been doing pretty much since they were born. Shul, shul, shul. Shul every Saturday morning that he has them. Shul for Sunday that he has them. Shul for every holiday. Shul parties. Shul, shul, shul. That will be their life. Now look at this one. You, and then this is bold and underlined, must take something from him that he wants. Like, this is absolute, utter. You guys see why I call them the unhinged emails? I mean, that's an understatement, to be honest. It's insanity. Yeah, now let me see what you guys are saying here. Yeah, it was definitely a huge, big time run-on sentence. Yes. Yeah, Donna's exhausting. Donna's a nut. Yes. Oh, is it pronounced shul? Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I did not know. I don't think I've heard it pronounced out. Yeah, shul is pronounced like school with a okay, shul. Thank you for that. I mean, oh my God. What you're doing is jockeying for position. In the end, if you do this and it doesn't get the result, I mean, now here she's talking about the $1 million offer. Anyway, we read all these emails. They're on the playlist. So yeah. All right, let's get back to the testimony. But I wanted to just show you guys because what they've got here is just simply a snippet of what there is here, obviously. So the part that they have, right. So this is actually part of the one I just read, right? Where the loss in the income and all that, right? Okay.
The mother and father's practice she's referencing here?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we have next?
So the next section, again, speaks.
Go ahead.
Speaks of the loss of income. across the entire family. Encourages her to say that because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father, it isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee.
And at the email, does Donna Adelson say, why does she say she can't write anymore?
Sorry, we skipped a few there.
She says she's too
So
upset.
slide 45, she indicates that she's too angry to write anymore and signs off, love you, mom.
Looking at the
I'm too
next
angry
month
to
in
write
June,
anymore.
on June 25th of 2013, I want to ask you about an email there. And was that just days after a very significant event in the divorce?
Yes,
Was Wendi Adelson relocation denied with prejudice just about 5 days before this email was sent?
it was. Yes, the request to relocate with the children.
Okay, hold on. I need to get this date for my timeline. June 25th of 2013.
That just days after a very significant event in the divorce.
Yes,
Was Wendi Adelson relocation denied with prejudice just about 5 days before this email was sent?
June 20th.
it was. Yes, the request to relocate with the children in South Florida, yes, was denied.
All right, and what does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson in this email? So this one's from Donna Sue up top.
Correct.
Okay, and what does she say about their recent loss in court?
She encourages Wendi to never, never give up, and that it is time for action, time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers, which is a nickname for Mr. Markel, think that he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee.
And I think we've seen some of these, so let's go just quickly through the rest and go through the next one. In the next, does she appear to give Wendi Adelson a bit of a pep talk about what she should do next?
Yes,
Okay, does she say that the rest of their family's lives next will be determined by her performance in the next couple of weeks?
yes,
And how he hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. I'm sorry, she needs to put on the performance of her life. He hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet,
that's correct.
and she has a strong family behind her.
Yes,
Is next in this email where we see the plan of action outlined.
that's correct.
And if you could skip through, is this the plan of action about posing the kids in front of the Catholic Church and getting them baptized?
Unreal.
That's correct.
And assuring her that this is just an act, but don't tell anybody.
Yes,
And that she should take control of him psychologically.
correct.
After this portion where she wants her to psychologically manipulate Dan Markel into converting the children to another religion, what does she say she plans to do next?
There's a plan of a financial offer to Mr. Markel.
Does she say, I am planning or we are planning?
It states we plan to make.
Does she go on to describe who this we is in the team?
She does, yes.
Okay, can we see that? And does she then detail how she, Harvey, and Charlie's lives have been affected by Wendi not being able to relocate?
Correct.
She says, it's time for you to show us you can put the performance of your life on for the next few weeks. What was a few weeks later?
The final divorce hearing.
Was that on July 31st and August 1st?
Yes,
Now, a day or two after this, does Donna Adelson then write another email about the relocation?
yes,
In this email, if you can, okay, so this one's from Donna and Harvey, I'm sorry,
yes,
okay? And
Yeah,
you can
my
skip through to where,
understanding is terms of the wedding. My understanding is that Donna was in charge of the food, and that was Donna that made the decision to not have the kosher food.
where
That's
she's discussing the extreme links. Okay, if we could see the next one. In this email, does she describe situations where people have to go to extreme lengths to accomplish their goals, like American soldiers in Nazi uniforms?
yes.
okay. So we're gonna go through because again, these are the unhinged emails. We know all this. Okay. Spinning
Sister,
wheel.
about 2 weeks before Halloween of 2013.
Okay, here we are. Back to Halloween. Okay. Excellent. All right. This is important.
He says he is absolutely crazy. She defines RFR and she says impossible in all caps and exclamation points.
Yes,
All right, so the date of this email, is this October 12th of 2013?
yes,
So she's sending this to Charlie Adelson, this information about how impossible Dan Markel's being, what he's doing to Charlie Adelson's sister, about 2 weeks before Halloween of 2013?
yes. A little 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
Judge, I've got a few text messages next, and then we're going to go into all of the location information. So I could go probably another 15 to 20 minutes and get through the text, or we could stop now, whatever the court prefers.
Just finish with the text.
Yes, sir. Was there also phone communication that showed Donna Adelson's venting to Charlie Adelson about Wendi Adelson's custody battle?
Yes,
Now, around the same date as this last email we saw, October of 2013, in this text message, does Donna Adelson say, horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain.
that's correct.
Who is she sending that to?
To Charlie Adelson.
What does he say?
So this is slide 66. As we continue into slide 67 with the rest, she indicates, Donna Adelson indicates that she's on the way back to Wendy's house with only one of the children. And Charlie responds, I bet, let's talk this week.
Okay, so she doesn't go into any more detail here, but she's describing how stressed Wendi is, and that's causing Dad a lot of stress, and it's just awful for her too.
That's correct.
And this would have been at that same time, or around the same time as the last email, about 2 weeks before Halloween.
Correct.
All right, so let's go to October 30th of 2013. So the day before Halloween of 2013.
Okay. Timeline, Ben.
Here is Donna Adelson say that she just got a text from Wendi casually mentioning that she's moving ahead with the purchase of a house that she liked. I guess she wants to do it before a certain date when she goes to England.
Yes.
And what does Charlie Adelson say?
That she had never told me.
Okay, I'm pausing this. So this was new information. This is mind-blowing to me. Let's rewind this. Okay. This was big.
Halloween of 2013. Here is Donna Adelson say that she just got a text from Wendi casually mentioning that she's moving ahead with the purchase of a house that she liked. I guess she wants to do it before a certain date when she goes to England. And what does Charlie Adelson say?
That she had never told me. She never told me, meaning Wendi had not told her.
How does the conversation go after that? Is Charlie for this or against this?
Against it. He's asking Donna Adelson why Wendi would do it, and ask, of course, if Mr. Markell has given permission, all of those things.
Okay, and what's next? Is he afraid that Dan Markell will hold this against Wendi Adelson? Like basically like, well, now you've purchased a home here.
He would, yes.
And use it as leverage.
Correct.
What's next? And he says he'll try her again, but basically Wendi never gets back to him, basically.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
So we see, again, this is October 30th. We're on slide 72 now, that Charlie Adelson sends a message to Wendi stating that he would call her in 10 minutes.
Okay, what's next?
He, again, later responds that he must talk to her, to please call him. And she responds that she's in court. She can call after 4.
Going through the text, does it seem like eventually they talk?
God.
Yes.
Okay, can you? Okay, so they're still setting up the time to talk. Everything's okay. What's next? Does he then report back to Donna Adelson?
Yes. So we're on slide 75 here, October 31st. Charlie is speaking to Donna, texting with Donna, stating that he had spoken to Wendi and thinks that he had made some headway, and hopes they're having a good time on vacation in Israel.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so the phone call between Wendi and Charlie would have happened before this message to Mom or to Donna Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay, and how does she respond? Oh, I'm sorry. So then does Charlie check back in with Wendi?
He does, yes.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation.
He asks how she's feeling and gives her some general advice and tells her that he loves her.
And does that advice involve renting things as opposed to buying them?
That's correct.
Okay,
Oh my
and says I
God.
love you.
He does.
All right, I'm just pausing this because I got to get all this on my time. This is all new information. This is on Halloween. Let's just take a moment. This is on Halloween, right? Now remember, hold on. Let me pull up my fucking timeline. Like I said earlier in the live stream, Halloween, we never had any idea of how important Halloween was to this case until this particular trial. Prior to this, the only time Halloween came up in the previous trials was that was when Charlie and Katie bump into each other at a party, and he mentions to her about hiring, does she know anyone that can, take care of their problem or whatever. That was it. That was the only reference to Halloween until this trial. So now we've got, so far, right? We got October 24th. Wendi puts the down payment on the house. October 12th. Donna emails Charlie about the RFR. So that's the request for relocation, and it was denied. And then she texts about how stressed Wendi and Harvey are. October 30th. Wendi casually mentions to Donna that she's purchasing a house. And now we're on October 31st here. New string of text messages that pop up. And we start out with, when we're going to watch it again here, Charlie texting Wendi about, basically he's hinting not to buy the house. And I will update this as we get more details, but just to look at the timeline here, right? And also, hold on, let me go back to it because we're gonna look at the time also, like the specific time. Hold on, when these happen, because this is important. Okay, here we go.
So then does Charlie check back in with Wendi?
He does, yes.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation.
Here it is.
He asks how she's feeling and gives her some general.
Okay, so this is at 12:49 p.m. Now, I'm trying to remember where it says UTC -4. Does that mean they already did the math, or do we have to do the math? Does anybody remember? Do we have to subtract 4, or is that already subtracted? I think that might already be subtracted. But basically, thinking about this as it relates to the party, right? The timeline with the party. So this would be before, well before. It's either going to be at 8:49 a.m. or it's going to be at 12:49 p.m. depending on if they already did the math here.
Advice and tells her that he loves her.
And does that advice involve renting things as opposed to buying them?
That's correct.
Okay, and says I love you.
He does.
What's next? Does Donna then check back in with Charlie?
Yes. So this is slide 78. Again, still October 31st. And Donna Adelson is communicating with Charlie Adelson.
And what does Charlie say next? Spoke to Wendi for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house. Smiley face with a lot of smiles.
Yes.
And that's at Halloween on 5/19 p.m.
5/19.
Yes.
All right. And how does Donna Adelson respond to this news?
She says, wow, Charlie, thank you again.
Wow.
How did you accomplish that? You are a miracle worker. Tell us.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
So she's saying thank you again. And she calls him a miracle worker.
Yes.
Wow.
And then does Charlie lay out the reasons or how he was able to get Wendi to do this,
He does.
which was kind of the same things he was pointing out to his mom earlier,
That's correct.
and says Dan would hold it against her and it would be the second dumbest mistake of her life,
Correct.
without specifically saying what the first is, I guess.
Correct.
What's next?
Wow.
He's telling her how long it took to talk to Wendi about it.
Yes. And we're on slide 82. Again, this is November 1st of 2013. And he continues the conversation.
All right. What happened next? What's our next text message? Do we have one from February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Here does Donna say that Wendi is totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She'll probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Her attorney is abusing the system. I'm sorry. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the system by filing all these motions. And a $500,000 bank account is the same 50K tried to get his hands on. And Charlie responds crazy.
Yes.
Okay. What's next after Donna is venting to him about this? Does she say it's a total?
Oh, hang on. So this is, I think, also new information to us, which is that there was money in it. Now, as far as money goes, like we knew money was a part of this in terms of paying the paying the people, like paying Katie, paying the hitman, right? Also money like trying to bribe Dan and all this. But the part that was new here, again, this is all new information, was that there was money on the line, that Wendi had like her own accounts or what have you, that Dan, like there was money on the line, like that they didn't want him to get. Like this completely adds a whole other level. We did not have this, guys, until this trial. And it's easy to kind of miss. It kind of goes by here. Okay.
I'm sorry. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the system by filing all these motions.
Okay. And oh, by the way, the $500,000 account is the same 50K that he tried to get his hands on last time, but it was all in Wendi's name. Let's pay attention to a couple things here. Is anybody noticing how she says $500,000? Like that, as y'all probably know, will have even more relevance when we get to the jailhouse informants, right? How she says $500,000 versus 500,000. Okay. So $500,000 account. So there's a $500,000 account, right? That was always in Wendi's name. This is going to like the prenup essentially, right? In other words, this is the whole other layer. We didn't know any of this, guys. That they're like saying, oh, Dan's going to get this money. That was always Wendi's. As if we needed another reason, or as if the jury would need another reason, essentially, right? That's exactly right. Northwest, $250,000. Yep. Oh my God. So this is new information. So this has got to go on the timeline. This is February 15th, 2014. I'm not going to play it because it goes by quickly. I'm going to go ahead and just get this on here. Where am I? February 15th. Okay. February. Oh, on Valentine's Day. Or sorry, no, day after. 15th. Okay. 2014. So this is the first time we learn about this. Wow. I'm putting it in purple because it still pertains to Wendi. It's new information about Wendi. Like, this is what I've been saying, though. I said this before this trial happened. What I said all along was we're going to get a lot of new information. There's going to be a lot that's the same, but we're going to get a lot of new information that pertains only to Donna and Donna and Wendi that would not have been admissible in the previous trials. And that's what we're seeing. This type of shit. And it's the same thing's going to happen when Wendi has her trial. Mark my words, because we are learning so much more information and it wasn't admissible before. Like this type of thing. We had no idea that there was money in, like, it blows my mind. Okay. So Donna, text Charlie about Wendi's, put it in quotes here, $500,000 account. And not wanting Dan to I'll use her words, get his hands on it. Okay. I'm just adding that to the timeline. Like, this is insanity.
And a $500,000 bank account is the same 50K, tried to get his hands on, and Charlie responds crazy.
Yes.
Okay. What's next after Donna is interviewing him about this? Does she say it's a total waste of the court's time?
Yes. I apologize. I went fast there. But yes, that it's a total waste of the court's time. It's a slide 85. We're on February 15th. That yesterday he sent Wendi a text that he saw her leaving the school in our car at 2:07 p.m. He is stalking her.
Okay. Well, how does Charlie respond to that? Oh, sorry. And then does Donna talk about wanting to get a protective order? But that's very hard to do if there's no threats or abuse.
Correct.
But a judge should know that she's being stalked.
Correct.
And Charlie says, I agree.
It's not stalk. Hilarious.
Yes.
Really.
Okay.
Delusional.
Did they continue talking about the divorce here?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? And they're continuing to complain about the system, the judge that's assigned to the case. And Charlie says that complaining about the amount that Wendy's attorney is costing.
Correct.
And Donna's agrees.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He wonders if she's mad at her attorney. How does Donna respond? Donna says she's too stressed. Let's keep her conversations with her light. Let's not add to what she's dealing with. Let's just get through Monday.
Like, this is insanity. The two of them and how to handle talking to Wendi. Like, it's crazy.
Nothing stressful.
Obviously.
Correct.
Is there another text message on February 17th?
Yes. This is slide 92.
And on this, is Donna saying that she just left the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And how does Donna respond? How did it go?
She says, okay, we'll talk later.
Okay.
He's demonstrative.
Did she give some more detail about what happened in court?
Yes. Slide 95, still on February 17th, that the judge was really pissed at him for not paying Wendi, and continues.
Okay. And it looks like Wendy's still going to have to be deposed, but with strict limitations to questions.
Correct.
And she wants Danny to get psychological testing.
Correct.
Hilarious. Absolutely fucking dream on, Donna.
Right. What's after that?
For fuck's sake.
They're talking about Danny getting a large bill.
Yes.
Okay. What's next?
So February 19th.
Is this more talk about the divorce proceedings?
Yes.
If we speak to Wendi today, tread lightly. Holy fucking shit, dude. This is insane. I'm going to read this. All right. If you speak to Wendi, this is February 19th, 2014. If you speak to Wendi today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday when she tried to leave with the boys and he said, no, stay here and play with Abba. She said, she to the boys, I guess she left out the word said, that Abba had to leave and he said, no, I don't. Of course, she woke up to another email from him telling her that she is lying to the boys about their father's whereabouts and that this will be brought before the court. Such a fucker, exclamation point. It was Wendy's day. He is allowed to attend the children's activity, but that's where it ends. And I just remembered something that we learned in this trial that we didn't learn before that I think we're getting to here, but it's where they talk about the right of first refusal. That for me was a huge light bulb with a lot of this stuff, but we'll get to it. And actually now I see we're almost done with this day in court. It might come out the next day in court, but I believe it's with this testimony. The right of first refusal thing was there's a whole thing that a whole light bulb again like that went off with my head on that one. So.
I won't make you read this whole email. I'm getting tired too. But basically in this email is Donna complaining about Dan Markel coming to the soccer game with the boys and wanting to play with them.
Yes.
And she calls him an F word here.
Yes. A couple of things.
And basically saying he's allowed to attend the children's activity when it's Wendi time, but that's it. He can't be spending more time with them than just attending.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
Right.
This is now March 4th of 2014. We're on slide 98.
Okay, thank you.
The
So on this day, so on
turning
March
point
4th of
for
2014,
Donna.
was there a text message in the records where Donna Adelson asked Charlie Adelson to erase a text that she sent to him?
This fucking part, guys. Holy shit. That's right. Remember, I referenced this earlier. I was like, I think there's a bombshell before the end of the day. My God, I forgot we hadn't even heard that part yet. This part. My mind exploded. This is all brand new. I got to put this on the timeline, March 4th. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that exchange?
Oh my
So
God.
again, this is March 4th. She is communicating with Charlie. She indicates 37 miles to Gainesville.
As in coming from Tallahassee going to Gainesville.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And what does she say here?
She says, I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
What does she send a few minutes later?
She says, we'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas.
What was the time difference between those two texts?
This text was at 10:42 a.m. and this is at 11:08 a.m.
Okay.
Okay.
So 20 minutes before, she's texting saying, we'll have a private conversation.
Okay. Here's the thing. So again, this had not come in yet in the previous trials. Remember how there's been all this talk previous trials about the dad's birthday gift being a code? That was one of the ones that was harder for me because I was like, I felt like there wasn't quite enough evidence for that one, although I didn't disbelieve it. But like, there was like a little bit, but like this. The thing is this had not been admissible yet. I need to share something to you guys real quick because I need to fix something on my timeline. And I just remembered something. So here on the timeline, I just realized something. The RFR, okay. The RFR, it's not the request for relocation. It's the right of first refusal. They both are RFRs. And I just realized now because of the timeline, that's what this is. So I need to put this in purple. This was new about the right. And again, like Northwest was saying, like that's a standard thing. But this all ties into this timeline condensing around Halloween. Because this is the same one where Donna's like, this is impossible. This is like the last straw for Donna. The Donna's like, I'm done. Like the RFR was like it for her, right? And it's like after that Wendy's like, oh, I'm buying a house. So Donna at this point here around, by the time the 30th rolls around, Donna feels like, I would imagine, she's lost all control over Wendi in the situation, right? Okay, then also, so now we're here on March 4th. So this, I don't even know how to describe this. This to me gave me goosebumps and was terrifying. I need to back it up. I need to back it up and just process this. Hold on. So I can accurately put this on my timeline. Oh my God. It's like this case, right? It's like for those of us who've been following it for years and have seen all the other trials, it's like to get so much new information. It's just crazy. This is crazy. Like there's so much we didn't know, man.
To erase a text that she sent to him.
There is, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that exchange?
So again, this is March 4th. She is communicating with Charlie. She indicates 37 miles to Gainesville.
As in coming from Tallahassee going to Gainesville.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And what does she say here?
She says, I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
What does she send a few minutes later?
She says, we'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas.
What was the time difference between those two texts?
This text was at 10:42 a.m. and this is at 11:08 a.m.
Okay. So 20 minutes before, she's texting saying, we'll have a private conversation and erase this after you read it. Then she sends a text 20 minutes later saying, I can speak to you privately, and says what it's about, Dad's birthday gift.
Correct.
Does she tell him to delete that text where she said the subject of the private conversation?
There's no request to delete that text.
And how does Charlie respond?
He says, great.
And then is there some communication after that where they're setting up this phone call?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying, don't call yet.
Correct.
Okay. She needs 5 more minutes until she can get to the bathroom for the private call. Okay, what's
this
next?
is 11:10 a.m.
All right, moving on to May 30th. In this text is Donna telling Charlie that she had a tough conversation with Wendi.
Yes.
All right. And this text message then is on the second to last day of May of 2014.
Yeah, right.
Correct.
All right. And through Luis Rivera, was it learned that there was not only a July trip to Tallahassee, but also a trip in June, at the beginning of June, where these killers came to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right.
Okay, this is going to go on our timeline. This is important as well. So I want to just say something. So I always appreciate Kit Smith, who always looks at the other side and plays devil's advocate. So like here saying, for example, like to note for Donna's psyche, Wendy's kids are functionally her only grandkids. Rob was estranged. Charlie was a playboy. I will note that you only know this if you read all of the Unhinged emails or if you watch the videos where we read all of the Unhinged emails. But, and actually, again, I've got them. Let's just pull it up. Because I've got those. Did I close out of them? No, I didn't. I still got them. Hold on. Let me pull this up to you guys. Because it gets worse. I will just say that any like room for like benefit of the doubt kind of goes out the window when you know all the information about Donna. But let me see if I can find the part that I'm looking for here. Hang on. So unhinged. Let me see here. Look at this. That's insane insanity. I'm looking for it. What I'm looking for is basically there's a part that's referenced twice where we learned that Donna already had a bedroom set up for Wendi and the kids at their home before any of this went down. Like, it's creepy as fuck. Hold on, let me get to it here. Okay, here's the first reference to it, I believe. Okay. The ability for our children to spend quality time with my parents and my mother, again, now she's speaking from Wendy's voice again, our tired elementary school teacher would be a huge bonus to our children's academic and social progress. In my parents' home, each child currently has and would continue to have their own rooms with appropriate beds, furniture, books, and toys. Now, that's not, it gets worse. Wait for it. Because it talks about them coming, where is it? It might be in a different email. I know there's a separate reference where Mr. Markel picks them up to come back at certain times. This is done rather than allowing them to remain home with me. My home in Broward County. Now this is Donna being Donna again. I'd have to go through and look for it, take the time to read it. But basically what it does is there's references to this about in the parents' home, right? Like they expect for Wendi and the kids to move back home. And there's references to this. And the way I say back home is because there's a reference to it in one of these emails where she literally says back home. And it becomes clear. There's more references to it. Again, I have to go through read all these emails to find it. There's more references to it because I remember seeing this one. I was like, okay. But like then it gets worse where it's like she expected them to always come back home. Like it wasn't like this was a room that was something else and they converted it. It was clear from the subsequent emails somewhere that she always expected Wendi and the kids to come back home and had this set up for them from the time before Wendi was like married and moved out. Like it's creepy as fuck. So anyway, that's one thing. Okay. again, all that is in, we've read through all the emails. It's on the playlist. All right. So now we're getting to another set of key time.
And
periods.
through Luis Rivera, was it learned that there was not only a July trip to Tallahassee, but also a trip in June, at the beginning of June, where these killers came to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right. Judge, this might be a good stopping point for now.
Very well.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we will resume with the testimony of Sergeant Corbitt tomorrow morning when the trial resumes. Once again, I'm going to instruct you as I have before, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any of the news coverage or seek out any information about this matter. We will resume with the trial tomorrow. Please report at 8:45.
Okay, so now we're going to go on to the next day, and then we pick up with that timeline. So let's go find that. So day 4.
Before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing.
And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer C64 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
Sergeant Corbitt, does this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com?
Yes,
Okay, subject, bad news.
correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
Okay, there we go.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay, and so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, not in the mood to talk right now, and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We're all very disappointed. We'll talk soon, I promise. Love, Donna.
Yes.
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let's do that over.
Yeah, the thing though is, and I appreciate it, 'cause the thing is though, if you see it in the context of the email, that's not at all what she meant. Her plan, she references the plan for them to come back home. Like that was the plan all along. It's clear as day in the email, and I just don't want to take the time to find it, or we won't get through all this. I appreciate it though, but it's just not at all the context that how Donna states it in the email. Yeah.
Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the email showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest, that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markell, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markell was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this will be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here, the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Magbanwa's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time, and we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. Magbanua and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Ms. Magbanua's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Ms. Magbanua's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this will be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110. Again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17, and then another event we see to the right. This is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she talking? Okay. I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously, we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here on the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, some of them are dating, they have relationships outside of this crime?
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain time periods of communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events.
Okay, so we're going to go forward a little bit. I mean, I love this. This is great. It's just very well done. We're getting a good renting of the vehicle. You know, a lot of this, again, this was all brought up in the previous trials, but we did not have this beautiful, these beautiful demonstratives. There's Harvey. Oh wait, this one actually is, I think, important. Okay.
Or Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use. That's located
let me back it up.
43 and about.
Okay.
What time did they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds. It looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Catherine Magbanua at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay, and how long does that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does Catherine Magbanua call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, texts. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Yes, there are two calls, and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, does Charlie Adelson call?
I mean, I love how Harvey's sitting there taking notes. Like, dude, the jury knows who you are sitting there. Like, your face is on the thing. Like, I mean, he's sitting there, the it's wild, 2 full rows reserved for defense. And he's the only one sitting there every single day. His face, like, it blows my mind. It's surreal. And the way he takes notes the whole time during the wiretap calls as well. It's like, what is happening? Like, what?
Calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
It's
so if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Catherine Magbanua. Is that right?
Overall, you did not definitively
There's an objection.
saying what did or did not occur, but might have been possible. You may continue.
So yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that.
Okay, we're before a little bit. So again, we're seeing the pattern, the train cars, da da da. Okay. Okay, there we go. An overview or a summary. Why are we getting the spinning wheel?
Period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after Magbanua would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes. So looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia.
Incredible.
Driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
This was new. I don't remember this from the other trials.
Okay, and what time did he receive
this? I'm going to put this in my timeline. This is when he changes vehicles. It's so, because I remember, okay, it just seems so funny about the Prius, right? But this is so interesting because this is why he switches to the Prius from the other vehicle. So this is really crucial. So on June 2nd. And shout out to Kat Randall who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Kat Randall.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort.
Nissan.
And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, and what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Catherine Magbanua is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received this traffic ticket?
It is a 4-door silver Nissan.
Okay. So it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
Well done, dude.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacasse's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125. And we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
Oh, right. Sorry. He swapped it for Hyundai Sonata. But yeah, he returns it. He didn't have this before.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right. And that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see, again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
Good night, whatever, clever. Thanks for being
here. Are you familiar
here.
with Rivera's statements that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his home, Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Truscott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle, and we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity.
Look at
And
this
actually,
map.
I believe it's Winthrop Park.
Well done.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Truscott Drive on the Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide 130 here is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in the, looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
close to 12:47 a.m.
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the second through the fourth, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay. Quick timeline thing here, guys, that pertains to Wendi. Check it out. This I think was a little bit easy to miss without having it in writing, like on a timeline format, if you will. Okay. Okay. Going back to Jeff Lacasse's testimony. All right, check it out. So we have June 4th. All right. Wendi has the impromptu meeting at the coffee shop and canceled their trip, stating she was concerned about being able to pick up the kids on July 18th. And then also that same day, she has the mysterious stomach problem. June the 4th. What could Wendi have possibly have learned around that time that would have made her impromptu meeting say this whole thing about canceling their trip and being worried about being home? This is wild. Watch. Because in my mind, I was initially thinking their trip in June, right? And it's harder without having it all in writing, that the trip in June, the first trip that failed, could like, and it's like, oh, well, that could have been in the middle of the month, right? No. Check it out. Their failed first attempt. When did that happen? I misspelled February. Hold on, let me fix that. Oh my God, that's not fixed. Right here. June 2nd, I put it in bold. June 2nd, Sigfredo gets the ticket with the Nissan and returns it for the Hyundai Sonata. Oh my God, Hyundai Sonata. I almost said Elantra. That was my brain. Okay. But it sounds like they give up on their trip on June 4th. I'm going to back it up in the testimony to put it on the timeline. But here's the point. The point is this, that dude, there's no way around. There is no way around it. There's no way around it. There's just no, the timeline, fucking Bible, guys, because the fact that they're going up there on that first trip, June 2nd to the 4th, and it fails. And then on June the 4th is when Wendi fucking meets up with Jeff and is like, oh, we got to cancel our trip because I got to be able to pick up the kids on July 18th. Timed with the next time he's supposed to be out of town. You got to be kidding me. And then she has the big stomach problem. Okay, let me go back to the testimony here. I swear. I guarantee, and I'm sure in closing, right, the state's going to, not that this is really needed for Donna, but I can't wait for Wendi's trial. All right.
Usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in the, looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close to 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the second through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and between Magbanua and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay, and is Catherine Magbanua the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah.
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Oh my God.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes,
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
that's correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's okay, have fun still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day, being 70 and all, but
The next day after they returned back to Miami, look. The next day.
Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchanged texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again.
Wow.
yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's okay, have fun still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day, being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Wow.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd. Was there an eVite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendi Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Also.
Okay, and when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay.
Man.
Was it addressed to Wendi, and we blurred out their names, but her two sons, and listed Wendi and her two sons' last name as Adelson?
Oh,
Yes.
God damn it.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name?
I mean, that was new information. It just, y'all, I'm putting all this on the timeline. When you see it outlined, it's even worse than hearing it.
And Adelson, that was listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent.
And I'm sorry.
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date.
That's correct.
Wow.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these eVites?
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to eVite inquiring about whether the eVites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is Have My 14 Invitations Been Sent?
I'm just gonna go back real quick. What is the date of Harvey's birthday? Oh, it's coming up on July 5th. July 5th is the party?
These eVites.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to eVite inquiring about whether the eVites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is Have My 14 Invitations Been Sent? She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those eVites have actually gone out. And it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for eVite.
Per that email, yes.
And checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the eVite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the eVite? Did you get my eVite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay. What message was found in the cell right of Wendi Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
Oh, shit.
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
Oh, fucking
She says
hell.
she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
When I missed this because I was, of course, listening to this in the background while I was at work. I missed this. You guys. Oh my God. On
July 6th.
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
My
Correct.
God.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markel was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendi Adelson is asking Dan Martell about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and
I'm
ultimately.
just trying to get all this on my timeline. I'm just going to back it up. One more. Okay. Are you in? Look at how she says kiddos. Look at her fucking stupid face, fucking Bible. You know what's so funny? She says, "Are you in Tallahassee July 14th through 18th?" Question mark. But then gives a reason for her question. I just want to know if I can have the kids on the 16th. She could have just asked that, right? If what she, dude, I swear, if what she wanted to know is if she could have the kids on the 16th, she could have just asked that question. You guys, I'm screenshotting this. I swear to God, this Bible, they're coming for you, you guys. You know what I mean? If all she wanted to know was, can I have the kids on the 16th? She could have just asked that. This is what they always do, right? When they're being dumb, the criminals, like too many questions, too much info, too much. Are you in Tallahassee? And then you're backing up a reason for the question. My mind is gonna short circuit with how much I can't stand Bible. There she is. Holy shit! Let me get this on my timeline. Oh my god! I'm going to put this text on my timeline verbatim because it's so self-snitchery going on here. Are you in Tallahassee July 14th through 18th? Swear to God, this Bible. Cough, cough. I just want to know. Here's why I'm asking you. Because I want to make sure you're going to be in town to be murdered. Oh, sorry, just about the kids. That's all. I just want to know, I just have no tolerance for this Bible. Just want to know if I can have the kiddos. Fuck you, Wendi, dude. I hate her. Guys, I've told you, Wendi has a special place in my heart. As that's not the right way to say it. Yeah. Okay. I've got the text verbatim so we can continue watching this testimony. Holy shit. I didn't even catch this when it happened. I just...
He replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Martell was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendi Adelson is asking Dan Martell about, what is significant about those dates?
Oh my
what happened
God.
on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Martell's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th.
Correct.
Was Dan Martell being killed on the 18th?
Correct.
And where was Wendi Adelson when she sent this message?
So.
Oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendi Adelson asked Dan Martell about?
For anyone who's asking the question, why has Wendi not been arrested yet? If you go to the live stream I did of days, let me think, of opening statements, the first day of the trial, I timestamped it. I gave my entire thoughts on the prosecution's strategy here and why she's not been arrested yet. And I fleshed that out in great detail. So for anyone who's wondering why Wendi hasn't been, that's at least my thoughts on it. The fact that they needed her to testify is part of it. But I outline it, and then going forward in that episode, there's actually testimony that literally backs up exactly what I was saying with that reasoning. So definitely check that out.
Yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendi Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Martell is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th?
Correct.
I agree with
in
that.
the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
Cough drop. You're right.
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence. I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July.
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
All right. So where was Wendi Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Martell would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have a location. She's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
It's so funny. It sounds like
This would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right, what did Wendi Adelson do after sending that message?
I have to for my insanity.
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Oh, this right. This one. Right. Yep. It goes on. Oh my God. I'm gonna need a double cough drop it, guys.
There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Mother of God.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right?
Wendi!
Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services.
Yes.
All right, but you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the
Oh my God. I'm backing up. I'm just making sure I get this on my timeline. Okay. Wow.
which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services.
Yes.
All right, but you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Oh my God, Bible.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendi Adelson still living at the Off Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
That's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
Oh my God.
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail to Wendi Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states, we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, Dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with Dad's cell phone number.
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
Correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding?
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here, I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendi?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and McBanois together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. McBanois, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them. And then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account, kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m. And then we find the text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to me as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. McBanois basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lives south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m. Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. McBanois's residence.
And after leaving the area of McBanois's residence that night, does McBanois contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area, potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick. This is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. McBanois makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rental Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay, but also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes. As we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m., he makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Meg Banwa in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay. And who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were there locations?
So, Kat, I'm not sure what you're saying. It sounds scripted or staged. I'm not quite sure. I will say they've had a lot of practice at this because this same prosecution, this is their 4th trial on this case. So a lot of this they've done before. So I don't know. But also just in terms of just quick, the summary version of my thoughts on Wendi. The whole scheme, right? The whole scheme here with this murder for hire, just like for any murder for hire, is typically the person who's really the one who wanted it done is the one who's going to be furthest from the people who do the hit. That's the typical scheme. You want to have middle people. And the whole point, it's exactly what you have here, right? So that the person who, actually wanted the thing done, can be wherever doing whatever thing. And it's like, there's just nothing to tie them to it. Right. And the more things in between, the better. You keep them isolated, right? That's the whole scheme. So therefore, for any murder for hire, it's the same thing like with the Shannon Gardner case. For any murder for hire, the easiest people typically to find evidence that ties them to the murder are the people who did the murder, typically. And the hardest people to tie to are the people who actually wanted it done. Why? Because that's the entire point of the entire scheme. And in this case, contrary to like Shannon Gardner, for example, you have a lot more people in between. So the way I described it previously is like Wendy's the top of the pyramid. Wendy's the top of the pyramid, okay? And so my opinion is that they could tell something was up with Wendi from the moment of her interview, because that interview is full of red flags, and that's an understatement. We've talked about this at length on a ton of other live streams. And my opinion is that, they probably had a feeling at that moment that she was going to be the last one in the pyramid, right? All of this, from in 2014. And, she's just like doing her thing, driving around Trescott and getting her bullet bourbon and having her stupid fucking whole delicious lunch. Hashtag last delicious lunch. That will be when she gets arrested. And so when you look at the order of these trials and arrests, they go in order of the closest. It's the bottom up. If you imagine the pyramid and Wendy's at the top of the pyramid and you imagine the hitmen are at the bottom and then everybody in between, the first people to be tried were the hitmen, right? Well, Rivera pled, but you had Sigfredo Garcia, right? Then you had Katie McBanois, right? Then you had Charlie, then you had Donna, and they're layers. So of all of the people, Wendy's going to be and should be, given their whole scheme, and by they I mean the Adelsons, given the whole scheme, Wendi would be the hardest one to convict, because that was the whole point, right? While they made a bazillion mistakes along the way, it's not like, obviously it's we're on, what are we in, year 11 of this case, right? The easiest people to get were the hitmen. The hardest people were the family. And remember, the thing is that with each trial, new information comes out. And the thing is that any testimony that comes out at trial is admissible in terms of finding probable cause to arrest Wendi. The only exception to that is Wendy's own testimony. However, The most damning evidence against Wendi is nothing that Wendi has said in these trials, including this trial. They needed Wendi to testify at all these trials to get in anything about the divorce. The divorce is important because this all the kids, the involvement of the kids and Donna and the whole thing about the divorce and the custody, right, is at the heart of this case. They needed Wendi to lay the foundation for that in every case, in every one of these trials with the divorce and the blunt force trauma divorce binder. Without Wendi, they couldn't get any of that in. They needed her as foundation for the divorce, period. And that's really pretty much all they used her for. Why? Because anything she said can't be used against her. Now, it could be used against whoever's testifying, but again, they kept it pretty limited, right? And now, having said that, Wendi does get a scathing cross in during Katie's trial. There's a scathing cross of Wendi that's really great if you haven't seen it. But anyway, they need her for that one. The state is using her for that one purpose because she's got the derivative use immunity that comes with her subpoena, and they're using her to just get in the foundation for the fucking divorce and the kids in the custody, basically, right? That's it. And who lived where when, essentially, right? The custody arrangement. And they need her to get that in so they can convict everybody else who's lower than her on the pyramid. And then with each one of those convictions that they're using her to achieve, each one of those is also providing additional evidence that they will then use to get her. It's brilliant. So she's coming in and testifying the same things every time. She's typically not on the stand for all that long. She was on the stand a little bit longer this trial, I feel like. But you know, it's limited. She plays her part, gets in the foundation about the divorce. And meanwhile, with each one of these trials, there's more and more evidence because that's how it becomes admissible, right? You have to have the foundation. You have to have one thing to allow the next thing. It's the layers, just like the pyramid. The evidence is in the same fashion. So just like we're seeing here, like I said, there's so much new evidence that's coming out about Wendi in this trial. It would not have been admissible previously, but they had to go in order. We could not have gotten to this evidence that's been coming out that's damning for Wendi. We could not have gotten here without first Charlie's conviction, because Charlie's conviction gave way for the admissibility for everything here against Donna. And we couldn't have gotten to Charlie's conviction without Katie's. And we couldn't have gotten to Katie's without Secret. And it goes, you see what I mean? How on down the line. And they've done this with each one of these trials. That's why it's like you can see it. If you watch all the trials, you can see how with each trial, whatever the current trial is, they're laying the groundwork for the next arrest. It's very methodical. And that's why if you're Wendi, you are shaking in your 5 boots right now because it's clear. And she's not dumb enough to not see that pattern. She saw the same thing happen with Katie and Charlie and her mom, and she's the next on the chopping block, if you ask me. So if they had tried to charge her earlier, there likely would not have been enough to stick. And then also they would have lost her because then she would have had her Fifth Amendment right would have kicked in, right? If they'd arrested Fievel, let's just say before Donna, right? Wendi before Donna, they wouldn't have gotten her to testify against her mom because she would have had her Fifth Amendment, like that would have kicked in. And so, because she would have actually been charged. And so then how are they going to get in all the shit about the divorce, right? So they needed her to testify. And again, there's, in addition to that, there wouldn't have been enough, I don't think, to charge her because there's still more that's coming out. And again, everything that comes out in this trial, apart from her own testimony, is admissible and it can be used for probable cause. So hopefully that makes some amount of sense.
It's also consistent with save gas.
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia, Mr. Rivera's cell site
Right.
locations.
That's another great point, Kit Smits, right? The behaviors after the fact. That Charlie's conviction triggered Donna to go try and flee. Yep, that's a great point.
They are consistent with the area of the save gas or hybrid rental.
I agree.
Right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. Are Magdanoa and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between.
And I do agree too that the other thing that with every subsequent conviction, again, it's a great point that Kitchens is making, that there people can then do things that are incriminating. But in addition, you just never know when somebody's gonna try to help themselves and rat on somebody else too, right? Like you just never know. Remember, Donna. Remember, plea deals can be made in any case, right? In any case, plea deals can be made up until the jury returns a verdict. So let's just say it's during deliberation in this case, and let's just say Donna's like, all right, I can't handle this anymore. I'm gonna offer them up Wendi on a platter and see if they'll give me some sort of a deal. That could happen. That could happen. You just never know. So there's that too.
Ms. Magbanua and Charlie Adelson, we see those are very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanua, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is running and after he talks to Magbanua?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Yeah, after enough tries, Wendi finally answers the question correctly about her what type of immunity she has. That's very true. And welcome on in to a new squirrel friend, Brooklyn. Welcome. Saying, I personally think we locked up the wrong person. Wendi should have gone before Donna. You mean should have been charged before Donna? In terms of like, I mean, anybody, I know you're new here, so you don't even know how I feel about Wendi. I have very strong feelings about Wendi. So like in terms of like how I feel about Wendi, like, yes. But from a strategy point for the prosecution, I understand completely how they charge this. And I think it's brilliant. I will know also as far as one person at a time, you know, that the other reason being, again, because then that they lose, they couldn't force them to testify, right? If they had pending charges. So yeah, so Kit Smith's saying, I think Donna's definitely guilty, Ms. Chell said they had to go in a certain order. Yeah. How did Wendi know to drive by after he was murdered? Well, how do you think, Twiz? I mean, that's just, I mean, the driving by at Trescott for me has been lost and pales in comparison to some of the new shit we found out, which is way more damning. And also, for anyone who missed it, I highly recommend watching Luis Rivera's Proffer. I have it on the playlist, and I've been putting it in the description of all these live streams, and it's time-stamped. Look for anything in the Proffer where you see a timestamp that says the name Wendi, because he gives information that he's not testified to. He only testified to this, I think, during Katie's trial. But to see him talk about in the Proffer when Wendi shows up on the first one, when they had the failed attempt, and how Wendi shows up and his impression of that, it will give you chills and goosebumps. And it is one of the most damning things about Wendi. And definitely go check that out if you haven't seen it. Are they alleging they talked in person? Wait, who's talking in person? Who are you talking about, Twiz? What now? Are they alleging they talked in person? Hold on, let me see what he's asking. I don't think they're alleging that anyone talked to Wendi in person. I mean, I think that, well, as far as to how Wendi found that out specifically, that would come out at her trial. That's not come out yet in this case, in anything so far. So we can just, whether or not maybe there's a text message that was deleted, right? Wendi's phone, by the way, Wendi's Celebrite has not been used yet. We don't even fucking know what's on Wendi's phone. Let's just back up and think about that. So far in these trials, like, for example, this is the first time where Donna's phone, and Donna's like, you know, digital communications of Wendi's phone, what's on Wendi's phone has not come in yet. Any communications that we've seen here that involve Wendi came from the other person's phone. We don't even know what's on Wendi's phone. Think about that. Just think about that one thing alone. We don't even fucking know what Wendi's done on her phone. So there's that. But as to like, was there a text that was deleted? Was it on one of those encrypted apps? Or did she just know because they had it planned? Remember, they had the TV. If you think about this, right? The planning ahead with the TV appointment, right? Basically, it seems like they wouldn't have had to communicate because she would have been planning on if they didn't fuck it up this time, because the first time they fucked it up, according to Wendi, right? In her mind. If they didn't fuck it up, it would have had to have happened at between the window of whatever it was. What is it, like 10 and 1 or something, right? Like there was a window of time that it would have had to have happened in, because that was also correlating with her dumb TV repair, right? But the guy came early. All that was planned ahead. So, and that, remember how the whole family was also involved in the TV appointment, right? The whole fucking family. Charlie was involved, and Donna was involved, and Harvey was involved. If you think about that, that's like the whole family confirming, yes, because who would have been communicating with Hitman? Well, Charlie would have been communicating with Katie, would have been communicating with them and confirming what time based on them following him, right? Because they were following him to the gym and everything. They would have been confirming, okay, here's where we're at schedule-wise, right? And then giving an estimate. And then that would have been relayed out to Katie, and that would have been relayed out to Charlie. And then you have everybody meddling with the TV thing, and that's the alibi, quote unquote, right? So, you know, think of it that way. If you just think about the communication about the TV was really communication about the time that Dan Markel was supposed to be killed, well, that solves that right there, doesn't it? So.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us?
She wasn't supposed to go by. She was not supposed to go by. She was not supposed to go by. In fact, Charlie eviscerates her for this. Once he gets convicted, it's on the jail phone calls. He gets convicted and he eviscerates her. And he literally says, this is Wendy's fault that I'm convicted. He literally says, if she hadn't driven by Trescott, he literally says that. It was not part of the plan. The whole point of this was for her to be isolated and as far removed as possible, right? She did the same thing both times, okay? On the failed trip in June that didn't work, she showed up at his house, and that's what you can hear Luis Rivera talking about during his proffer. She shows up at the time when they were supposed to kill him, but it ran amok. And Luis is like, dude, how does she know? Why is she here? He says, why is she here? And how did she, like, it'll give you goosebumps. And then same thing on round 2. She shows up. But she wasn't supposed to. That's why they gave her an alibi, exactly for that purpose. But she couldn't fucking help herself. And that's literally what Charlie says. Charlie says literally she couldn't fucking help herself. Actually, I've got it on a clip. Let's just hear it from him. When Charlie says quinky dink, he's talking about Wendi showing up at Trescott. Hold on. Where is it? Here.
It's either a quinky dink or she gives up. She couldn't help herself.
Right there.
It's either a coincidence or she gives up. She couldn't help herself.
That's from one of Charlie's jail calls to Donna after his conviction. Brooklyn says, I would have played Charlie on Wendi, Catherine on Charlie, Donna on Catherine. I really thought Charlie was going to roll on Wendi after that conviction. If you listen to those jail phone calls, he's seeing the light. It's really kind of sad. He sees the light that he was used by both his mom and his sister. And he had no benefit to this. He had, of all the people who had the least amount of benefit, it was Charlie. Because the hit people got money. Donna got whatever would be it, well, what she wanted to get, control, manipulation, the grandkids, right? You know, Charlie was the one person who had no benefit at all. It's really sad. Like, he starts to see the light once he gets convicted, and he starts to see that he was literally just completely used. And anyway, those are on the playlist for anyone who's interested. Yep. Kit Smith remembers that. Mm-hmm. It's going to be wild if they had communication between Donna, Wendi, and Wendi has been free the whole time. It's entirely possible. Yep. Entirely possible. There wouldn't have been a hitman without Charlie. Right. Yeah, I was saying he had nothing to benefit, really. He was being used by Donna by Wendi via Donna, essentially, right? But basically the two women, right? He was just, it's very clear that he just wanted to please his mom, and he had no benefit from this, right? It's not like this had any direct impact on his life, and everybody testifies to that. I mean, it's obvious that the only benefit is like to the benefit that would happen for Donna to quit complaining or what have you. So yeah. All right, let's
may have been talking to on the landline at that time.
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
Can you walk us through that?
I can.
I needed her. Yep.
So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05?
Yeah, it's a 5 speed.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, and then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
It could be, yes.
Yeah, so if they had convicted her first, it would have changed everything. So think about Sigfredo Garcia. We've not heard a peep from him. He's not said a word. He didn't do any interviews. He didn't do any proffers, and he's not testified in any trials. Remember, just like how Charlie's not testifying in this trial. So who has testified? Luis Rivera has testified because it's part of his deal. He has to continue testifying. It's part of his deal, right? He took that deal first right out the gate, right? As we know. Katie, as we know, stupidly turned down her deal, but is still hoping that she'll get some sort of deal on down the road, although it's basically impossible. So she's still cooperating by testifying at every trial, right? So essentially, if you've got somebody who's been charged but not convicted yet, let's just say that Wendi had been arrested, but it was pending trial. Once you've brought charges upon somebody, you can't force them to testify, right? And then after they've been convicted, basically it's like, well, you could subpoena them. Like that's a good example is where Charlie's at now, right? Because Charlie was on the witness list for both sides, but no one's gonna call him. In my opinion, here's why: because he's been convicted, but his case is still pending appeal, so he can just plead the fifth. And it's actually not considered proper for you to call, for the state to call somebody, or the defense for that matter, like for someone to call a witness and them just say, I plead the fifth, right? Like anyone that watched any of the YSL Young Thug Rico trial saw that. It's really not good because there was a lot of that going on. You're only supposed to call them if you know that they're going to be able to talk about, provide testimony. So Charlie, because his case is still pending appeal, he could still plead the fifth to every question, and he could just sit there. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Right. So, so to this question about the dynamic, yeah, the only way that Wendi could have been forced to testify would have been if she struck a deal. Let's just say that early on, she came in and said, you know what, I'm going to come and tell you guys what happened, and I'm going to throw my whole family under the bus. I mean, there'd be no reason to do that if they're not charging you, right? Like that would be, but if you think you're going to get charged, you want to be the first one to do that, right? Because whoever's first is going to get the best deal. In this case, it was Lewis. However, Wendi could have provided the family angle that Lewis couldn't. So the only way that she would have been forced to testify in these other trials, if they had charged her first, would have been if she had struck a deal where part of that deal is testifying at each trial, like we see with Luis Rivera. Hopefully that makes sense.
Earlier, we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental, there was one call to the landline. Is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental, there's 2 calls right after the landline. Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, 2 calls to the landline right after the car rental. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were running.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was running?
Well, you have your 4th call to the residence at 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right, so 4 total of the 28 then.
Correct.
Around the time of the car rentals. All right, what do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. McManua and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30. And we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. McManua's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, the rental vehicle location will be consistent with McManua's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
Correct.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes. So we see again, slide 175 here. We have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera, and we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence. And this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. So here we have, okay, there's a calendar event. Let's go to this part here.
All right, so then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content in the forensic examination of Wendi Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows out what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred?
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendi had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a
talked about this?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
This is what I'm talking about. So in her interview, which was just right after he was shot, we've watched it several times on this channel. They took her phone to celebrate it at that time. And we do not know yet the results, all of the results of that. Oh, man. Oh, my God.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right. So first call to Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m. there's a call from Wendi to Donna.
Here we go.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. McManua, and that's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendi?
Wendi calls Donna.
Okay, so first of all, Twiz, to your question about talking, calling, being in person, like I was referencing before, this is the breakdown of the communications that they have on record. Right. And remember, all this business about the TV, if this is code, you can keep that in mind. First of all, Kits is making a great point here about the money. So, yeah, so any charges for like money laundering or what have you, those would likely be federal, depending on the amount. But either way, if it was a small enough amount that the state went after it, then it would be likely a different prosecution team. I do agree with that, Kits. But typically when you've got your white collar crimes, oftentimes That depending on the amount, that could go into federal jurisdiction. Same with the IRS. That would be federal jurisdiction.
Let's back up. So yes, Wendi actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay.
Thank you.
And what's next?
Thank you for this. She says, also important to note, Donna wasn't wiretapped, Charlie was. So any calls between Donna and Wendi would not have been recorded. All we have is the call records. That's a great point. Thank you for that.
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text.
Well, and the other thing is they didn't have the wiretaps at this point for anybody anyway. The wiretaps didn't start until 2016, but yes, very true.
Message from Donna to Wendi again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi has a text to Charlie stating this is so sweet.
And that
this was new. We didn't know about this. Again, we're getting little snippets from Wendy's phone. Not everything yet, but this is all fucking new. So I need to put this on my timeline. Hold on. Wow. This is, you know what's happening at this time? I guarantee you, this is probably got to be when they're following him to the gym. When this bit here, I bet, and I'm sure they will bring that up. Like that's got to be they're following him to the fucking gym.
Maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendi again about the Best Buy service.
Right there.
and she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi has a text to Charlie stating this is so sweet.
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Celebrate that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Celebrate that afternoon?
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay, and do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
Oh
believe
God,
so.
this voicemail.
Hey ladies, good morning. 9 o'clock on Friday. Wanted to take out something to pick your boys up.
Okay. Couple things. First of all, we had not heard this before. This made me cry at work because this was the first time we had heard his voice, which for me is like a whole thing. So I'm going to read it and then we're going to hear him say it because it's kind of hard to hear. Okay. Hey, Wendi, it's Danny. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to let you know, I was hoping to pick the boys up early this afternoon and take them swimming and then have them ready for you at around 4:30 or 5. If you can pick them up from me either at Trousdale or at the house. Let me know if that's okay with you. And also I'd love to chat with you about Ben's situation for school and birthday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know. Okay, bye. And here's the other thing about this. Beyond going to his demeanor and him not being all bitter, beyond that, right here, I'm going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30. Nobody else would have that information except Wendi, people. Okay, now we're going to hear Dan say it.
Hey ladies, good morning. 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to take out something to pick your boys up early this afternoon and take them swimming. That happens for you around 4:30 or 5. So either at your school or at the house. So let me know if that is okay with you. And also love to chat with you about that situation for school and birthday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30. But happy to chat.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendi Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
9:04 a.m.
Okay, what happens after that?
So Charlie calls Wendi or attempts to call Wendi at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds?
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
Wendi texts Dan Markel stating the repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m. So your swim idea is a no-go today.
So do we know exactly what time she left?
Hang on, let me back it up real quick. So he says he's going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30. Okay.
So Charlie calls Wendi or attempts to call Wendi at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
Wendi texts Dan Markel stating the repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m. So your swim idea is a no-go today.
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At 9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appear to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right. So can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendi Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Oh, God.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, under our schedule. And he continues, and you had them until 5 last week. This is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendi Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies,
The fact that she's still fighting and arguing with him, like knowing that he's being followed by the two hitmen.
as you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
They followed him to Premier.
Wendi responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that.
Oh my God.
Why tell me now? This is at 9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendi receives a call from Charlie, last a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes.
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
Correct.
This is per surveillance footage from Premier.
Correct.
At this point, Wendi and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay.
18 minutes.
What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendi would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendi texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then.
This is the last text that he receives from Wendi. Nice was fun while it lasted. And she fucking knows.
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
I mean,
and then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
Right? She agrees to let him keep the boys till 4:30 because she knows he can't. But she argued with him the way that she argued with him about it before saying, fine, you can keep them, knowing that none of this is going to happen. Blows my mind. It's like she just still wanted that last little win, that last little punishment to him. Like, I can't.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Catherine at 9:57. Return attempt just after. And then Charlie and Catherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay.
Charlie calls Wendi, 10:06, short duration. Catherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08.
Sorry, real quick, guys. I got to put that on my timeline. I got to find the time of that text to put it on my timeline. I'll go back to where we were. Let me just find that real quick. 9:38 a.m. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Charlie calls Wendi, 10:06, short duration. Catherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay. Is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markell is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markell. Thank you. And did Dan Markell have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markell's records several incoming.
The state did not call Stephen Webster this time. They usually call him.
Outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, facts not evidence, and also speculation.
Saying is the facts, not evidence, unless you can lay a foundation for this was doing.
Have you reviewed the texts in these call detail records?
Briefly.
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
Yes.
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markell 10:34 a.m.?
Yes.
And Dan Markell would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message?
Correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday.
Okay, so we can skip ahead a little bit here with the cell phone locations. Oh, that's the receipt for the bullet bourbon. For anyone who missed it, you know, Wendi would have had to pass like 3 different liquor stores to get to this one. Anyway, she went way out of the way. You know, hopefully everybody's privy to that.
So Aqua Ridge.
Also, the locals say that at the time, this particular ABC store was also really sketchy, and that would be another added to the list of reasons why there's no reason to go there, as if it's needed. Okay, let's see here.
Garcia to Catherine Magbanwa. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. And through the records, we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time. And we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Catherine Magbanwa that evening?
Yes.
Was Magbanwa also in communication with her friend Yendra Mascaro that evening?
Yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanwa and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanwa and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanua went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was, as we see again, Ms. Magbanua's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with.
Go ahead a little bit. Okay, they're taking a break, I believe, or no? Yeah, they're taking a break.
Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the.
Was Catherine Magbanua's cell phone considered?
Mr. Garcia.
No, so this is all about Katie, right? And Sigfredo. Okay. Go ahead a little bit here.
Drive that Donna Adelson took.
The thing about the drive was kind of annoying.
The attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.
Yes. So again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbanua is calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20. So we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Catherine Magbanua gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number, and they talk for about 1:40. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanua communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple.
Go ahead a little bit. All this communication was in the previous trials as well. Okay. Okay.
For law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
By the way, it always blows my mind, like, I guess, just to see it in real life, like with some of our clients, the law firm, you know, when I'm going through discovery and it's like a huge ass like notebook or whatever. And it's like, there it is, Title III wiretap. And I'm like, oh boy. And there it is. It's interesting when you see this and you like holding it in your hands, you know what I mean? Because wiretaps are not easy to get. Like, you guys may already know that, but just in case you didn't know, they're really difficult. It is like the highest standard in terms of probable cause because it is considered to be the most invasive. Like, they're really difficult to get. And anyway, so they're not that common. But ironically, we do have a number of clients, just even of the ones whose discovery I've seen, that where wiretaps were involved by either the FBI or the State Bureau of Investigation from North Carolina.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in these events?
Investigating after the voice.
In this case is one about the crime or wiretap.
Well,
so we are skip passes. This is we're getting into the calls, right? Right. And so here's the thing. So the wiretaps, I think almost all of them were played at the previous trials. I feel like as bad as the sound is on some of these, it's actually better than the other times. There may be a couple more calls that we didn't have last time, but we're getting into the calls. So I'm trying to remember how they end the day here. Okay, Pat Sanford takes a stand. Right, they get into that. Okay. Lunch break. Okay, so they don't actually do the calls with him. Just kidding. He just talks about it. So he's almost done, and then he has cross. Okay,
The wiretap in 2016 in this case.
To a judge during the audition.
In a secure manner. In view of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magdanois are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her. He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo.
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this is basically establishing the foundation for Pat Sanford, who comes in after. So we're going to actually, they take a lunch break. We're going to jump to cross. Hold on, there's something outside the
No. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson, was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
Hold on, what was that? Let me back this up. Let's see what this is about.
Conclusion of that research, the ground for which it's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. And I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter, as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with?
Okay, but hold on. Let's see what are they talking about Vietnam? So Professor Earhart, he's a goat, as in greatest of all time, when it comes to the rules of evidence in Florida. Let's just see what is going on here, because they talk about some sort of issue before lunch, and then he's finishing up with that. Let's see here. They put it on the record.
At this time, we are going to take our lunch break.
Okay, let me back up. I wonder if it's about the Vietnam call. I bet that's what it is. Let's just see here. Yeah, long sidebar. I bet that's what it is.
Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you. Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Martel on their own?
Facts on evidence, counsel testifying.
Stand as the counsel testifying, please establish the foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
Okay, so never mind. It's not the Vietnam call. They're talking about Charlie's his theory of defense at trial. That's what they're talking about. So that's what the judge is ruling on. So he was saying, let's go back here.
No. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson, was true.
And that's because, so we don't know this at this point in time, but we know it now. It's because there's messages that are going to come out in this trial that we haven't seen before, where Donna says that what he says at trial is true. So
please bring them up.
they're using her own words against her. That's why it's not hearsay, right? It's the defendant's statements that she says it's true. Okay, so there we go. I love this judge too, Kit Smith. So as per usual, there's a long delay before cross.
Clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records?
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers.
Okay, so let's just see. I forget if there's anything interesting or important here. Probably not too much. Every now and again on these crosses, we get information that's damning towards Wendy's, which is really pretty much the most that's useful. I mean, with maybe a very few exceptions. And I feel like they typically come out with Miss Fulford and not with this defense attorney. CDRs, okay. Is this how long this cross is? No way. Really? Oh, now I remember. Right. I remember thinking this cross was really useless. What do you guys think? All right.
Data and manually remove duplicate events.
I have, yes.
Oh my God.
Same with.
Yeah, I don't think there's much. Let's just jump ahead. I'm remembering thinking this was really pointless and arduous. Well, there's Ted Jansen. Two Jansen, sorry.
What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you.
Okay.
So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendi called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have.
Okay, so here's what we have after this guy finishes, after Detective Corbitt finishes. So we have the undercover agent. There's a bit that's worth watching here on Cross, actually.
My role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
What does bump mean?
So we're going to actually go ahead to Cross. He's not on the stand for very long. You know, he does his job, right? He's there undercover.
Yeah, when you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her. But
Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
No, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button down, open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew. So.
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, you know, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
Here we go.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
Yeah.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, it's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent, or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are. Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
Just so awkward. That's what I wanted to hear about that. Okay. Then we have some FBI people, and they are just talking about, you know, their role. This guy did the cleaning up the calls, and then we get to Pat Sanford, one of the key agents in this investigation. Testified at every trial.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, SANFORD.
So we're going to go ahead a little bit. He's been doing this FBI, Okay.
Anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, it was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I've been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard. You couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was in fact any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do, guys. I'm actually going to save it because he's only on the stand for a very brief period of time on day 4, and he continues on day 5. So what we're going to do tomorrow, it's expected that Donna will take the stand. Days 5 and 6 are mostly spent with the wiretaps, right? And so my thought is that because some of those are more important than others, some of them are hard to hear. There's also a lot more downtime, I feel like. There's like some technical issues with those. But basically what we have on days 5 and 6 is he's on the stand for fucking ever with the wiretaps, right? And then we have like the jailhouse informants, basically. So what I'm hoping to be able to do tomorrow night is go through his testimony and hear some of the wiretap calls, but not all of it. Again, some of it is more important and or audible than others. And then the jailhouse informant testimony, and also get through Donna. It'll kind of, we'll see how long she's on the stand as well. But I would expect at this juncture too, again, like some more downtime. They're also going to have to start talking about jury instructions. So we're going to call it here for this one. And then again, my hope for tomorrow will be to finish the rest. Where, I mean, we don't have that long, but we're going to just group it that way. But we'll do Pat Sanford, we'll do jailhouse informants, and then we'll do Donna. And that might be the very end of all the testimony, unless the state puts on some sort of rebuttal. Well, of course, unless the defense calls somebody else. I guess I shouldn't just have this expectation, although apparently I do have this expectation that they're only going to call Donna. But we will find out tomorrow. But yeah, that'll be it for this one, guys. So thanks so much for hanging out with the Squirrel Crew and watching all this testimony. And yeah, we will be back to discuss what should be a very interesting day in trial tomorrow. I mean, the defense could shock everybody and just rest and just not put on a case. But there's been every indication along the way that Donna is testifying from her own defense team for a long time now, actually. So I would be shocked if we didn't see that. And when's Wendi getting arrested? You know, I would love if it was exactly a week after Donna's found guilty, just to keep the tradition alive, right? Donna was arrested a week after Charlie's conviction. I would love it if they just kept that tradition alive with arresting Wendi a week after Donna's conviction. Although I wouldn't complain if it was sooner than that. Just saying, state, if you're listening, state of Florida, if you're listening, Georgia, if you're listening, I'd be fine with it being sooner. But also, you know, keeping the tradition alive, can't complain with that. So that was so gross. Yes. Which part are you referencing being gross? There's just so much to choose from. Wait for her on this. I know, right? I know. Yeah. I mean, and Harvey, I mean, there's been more evidence coming out about Harvey. Now, having said that, compared between the two, there's been way more about Wendi. I mean, to me, I don't think they're going to have enough to get to Harvey unless Wendi were to give him up. But I think they've got, I mean, there's not even a comparison. Even the little bits here and there that have come out about Harvey in this particular trial, it's not even comparison to me. I think Harvey might get out scot-free on this one, unless Wendi just takes some sort of a deal. But I would rather her have LWAP, right? I don't want her taking a deal and getting out early or anything. You're welcome, Happy Annie. So yeah, but it's because the reason I'm saying that too is because Harvey's been there every day. And Wendy's gone back to fucking Colorado, but they've got eyes on her. They've got eyes on her. If Fievel tries to go any further west and or north and or south or east or anywhere, they've got eyes on Fievel, I guarantee you guys. The part where New Elaine. Oh, right. Yeah, I should have known that's what you were referencing. It was it was awful. It was awful. Just awful. It was just so weird and just like, ugh. New Elaine is a great name for her as well. New Elaine. Yeah, and for anyone, I should just repeat this real quick too. So whenever they do arrest Fievel, we're gonna have hashtag last delicious lunch. Also, I'm gonna do a music video. I've been waiting for the opportunity. I'm gonna do a music video for kind of like how I've had the music videos for other trials. I'm gonna do a music video for Fievel, and it's gonna be to the song "Everyone Knows It's Wendi," but it's gonna be "Everyone Knows It's Wendi" as in with an I. And I'm going to change the lyrics to be about Wendi. And it's going to have all the different pictures of the different Wendi memes that we've made. When I say we, it's mostly me and DSN. Shout out to DSN. And I already have in my mind exactly how it's going to look. And it's going to be amazing. And I'm going to make that music video to celebrate her getting arrested when it happens. Yep, I know. She stayed. Well, she kind of stayed. She moved to Austin, Texas. Although, hold on, let me think. Her move to Austin, Texas might have been... No, I think her move to Austin, Texas was after his arrest, but before his trial. And then her move to Colorado was a few months ago. I mean, the thing is had she had any thoughts about fleeing the country, I think she saw what happened to her mom and maybe thought twice about it. You know what else is so funny? Harvey could have left for Vietnam. They had no, I don't know if that occurred to him because he's just so does whatever Donna says. He could have continued on. Like literally when that happened, when Donna was arrested, Harvey could have said, okay, see ya, and gone to Vietnam without her. Wild to think about. And anyways, and he's, you remember, no one from the family came to Charlie's trial. Remember, nobody came to his trial, but Harvey's been there every day for Donna's trial. Anyways, but you're welcome, guys. Thanks for being here. Enjoy your cat nap. We will be together soon. As you guys can hear, I'm losing my voice already. I just get so excitable talking about Fievel and her imminent arrest. But we will be back tomorrow for more. Until then, squirrel out.